Welcome to Phonogenics 101, a Riotboy production hosted by Jeremy Gloff. The podcast where people who love music discuss albums track by track. Please hit subscribe, and if you'd like to support this podcast, patreon.com/Jeremy Gloff or Venmo @Jeremy Gloff. And now, on to the music. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Phonogenics 101. We are here. We were supposed to talk about the Joni Mitchell concert all last week, but when Joni comes to the podcast, it can many times become a two-parter. So that's what this is. Thanks to my Patreon subscribers and to my YouTube subscribers. And I just had to do a little plug. My new music video, Road to Bartow, was released today. So when you're done with this podcast, please check out my new video. I'm very excited about it. My new album is coming out August 12th. All right, we have a person that was not on the panel last week, all the way overseas from England, Jamie Zuby. Why don't you catch us up to speed? Get us up to speed.
Oh my God. Well, hello everybody. Yes, I wasn't here last week because I'm in London and it's on London time, and it was a bit later last week. But yeah, I was listening to the podcast and I was really like, I want to be there. But yes, as much as I wanted to be at the concert, so it was kind of like, okay, yeah, because these are the people that I hung mostly with the whole 3 or 4 days beforehand, and it was just beautiful. I suppose, yeah, everybody started with their journey to Seattle or to the Gorge, and that's where I wanted to start. I started my journey with coming to America, not in a kind of Eddie Murphy way, but just, landing in LA and doing LA things and, having a bit of a touristy look around various singer-songwriters' mansions, and hanging out with Leslie Watts. But yeah, and then meeting everybody in Seattle at the airport, and that was kind of like when the magic started to happen, and it was like, oh look, there's so and so, there's so and so, and there was so, and meeting Chris and the various Sues and the various Janines. So that was kind of like, oh, that was and Sherelle and people who I've only heard of and only kind of communicated with via email or now Facebook. So yeah, that was really exciting for me. And God, and then meeting Mark in Seattle, who is a member of this podcast. Usually, he's usually on here, so it's kind of like, yeah, it's Mark. So yeah, we had lunch with him, and then the journey, of course, from Seattle to the Gorge or to that part of Washington was just beautiful, and Chris, bless him, drove all the way, and just gobsmackingly beautiful country, and I kept on saying, this is amazing, Chris, this is amazing. He said, you get this in England. I'm like, yeah, but you don't get the scale. We'd been driving for 2 hours and it's just, it hasn't stopped being beautiful, whereas you drive 2 hours and you pronounce words differently in England, and you call a bun something different in England, and and it's just kind of like the accents changed, the landscapes changed, everything within about an hour of driving. But here it was just like, wow, it was endless, either mountains or desert, and then following the Columbia River, it was like, wow, okay, this is amazing. Interesting time at the hotel. I had to apologize profusely to Chris for snoring. Only once, apparently, only once. But yeah, apparently I snored like a choked frog or something. I can't remember. That's what somebody told me. So it's like, somebody's coming. And yeah, the picnic gig was also fun, because that was like watching everybody just like do their thing, and finally be at an American Joni Fest, because I've always only been able to come to the British ones or the French ones. So that was a big thing for me. That was a big thing for me, seeing everybody there. Yeah, I'm probably going to talk about all sorts of other things as they come up. Maybe Brandy Carlisle gets a mention, because if it wasn't for her, this would not have happened. People talked about her helping Chris Christopherson at the Joni 75, and I remember seeing Chris Christopherson sing A Case of You in San Francisco in 2015, and that was the most beautiful moments ever, watching that man sing A Case of You, straight on, as somebody who'd lived through that period of Joni as she wrote it, making it sound like a love letter from him, and that was beautiful. And then of course the kind of the flip side at Joni 75, when Brandy was kind of foreshadowing him every phrase, and it was heartbreaking for so many different reasons. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff which I take my hat off to Brandy for, and it's that. Probably the only thing I don't take my hat off to Brandy for, and this might not be her, it might be something else, is the sight lines at the concert, which has to be mentioned, I'm afraid, because where I was sat, where a lot of people were sat, on the left and right, we couldn't see a thing. And it's no fault of anybody in this podcast, but it was just like nobody at the gig who organised it looked at sightlines. It seemed I saw Brandy like when she was way down at the front, and that was like, yeah, okay, I can. This is going to be good. This is going to be good. And then I looked at all the sofas, going, the sofas are way at the back. I've got a camera mast in front of me, and the way the V was sorted out, couldn't see a thing. And I couldn't even look at the video because I was having to crane my neck so much. It was just ridiculous. And it was kind of upsetting because of the journey I took and all that kind of stuff. And I just thought, no. And then somebody next to me, somebody a couple of seats down, said the people next to him had paid $5,000 for those tickets. And I'm like, oh God! And they couldn't see them. They were way pissed off. And I was like, oh God, okay. It made my little piece of privilege seem a bit whiny. So I just thought, Zubairi, you're here. You're watching somebody who you love do her thing, albeit a little surreally. It didn't. I was like, is she actually here? Is she playing? Am I watching a video of something? I really wasn't sure.
You were mere feet from her.
Somebody in our group, I hope he doesn't mind me mentioning this, was in bits, crying, and I said to him, "We're going for a walk. We're going for a walk," and we left the gig. We went further back up to where the picnic seats were, picnic area was, and we watched a song or two from there. And the guards were like, "You need to get back to your seats," and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, "Sorry, we can't see where we're sat. We're gonna calm ourselves down and get back to the gig when we're ready." And they were fine with that. And it was like, "Okay, yeah, cool." And that's it. That's my thing. If she does that, Brandy, if you do this again, if you're listening, please check sightlines. The Joni Jam, as it's set up, doesn't work for a lot of the audience. And I'm sure it was beautiful, but we couldn't see it until the encores. But we'll talk about the encores when it's time. Cool. Done.
All right. Do you want to touch on any of the songs that you missed last week, or should we jump in where we left off?
Oh, just one more thing. Just before the gig, there was a part of my journey to Seattle to seeing Joni was like, I've got to see Joni. I've got to tell Joni that my mother loves her music. So I snuck off during the gig at Cave B, which is the wine tasting, and I found the hotel kind of where they were staying, because I could hear people practicing, and I got close enough, and the cars were passing, and one of the cars in the front was Joni Mitchell being driven to her sound check, and I was like, oh, that's her, she's here, and that made me happy. Cool. Oh, and the Brandy Carlisle's niece and nephew, like, oh my god, what are they called? The homesteaders, the home farmers, the farmers something. They were really good. Somebody please tell me what they are, because oh, Chris, unmute. No, unmute again.
You're muted, Chris.
Hometown Strings.
Hometown Strings.
I
They
think
were
that's who they
amazing.
are.
They were amazing.
They were really fine. Incredibly insightful young songwriters.
Yeah, I was in tears during some of their own written stuff. It was beautiful.
15 and 12, it's an unheard of responsibility that they carry, yet they do it with such grace and liveliness. I told her at the end, I said, please, wherever life takes you, be kind with the rest of us. We don't have what you have. Whatever it is, hold on to it.
Yeah. Cool. That's. I think that's me done. I think we can jump in.
All right, Jamie. Well, when
Yeah.
you're ready to do your song, let me know. Or if we're doing it, we'll see. I guess how we're just gonna take it as it goes.
Yeah.
Sue, welcome. We're glad you're here. We left off with a heated discussion about summertime. I just gotta show off, of course, my little Joni Mitchell keychain that I got at the show. that I love. Sue down there waited. Oh,
Brag of envy. Oh yeah.
We waited in line like 40 minutes for that shit.
Don't bring out the ears.
What's that, Chris?
I said, don't make us bring out the ears.
All right. So the next song we're gonna pick up with Annie Lennox, and I was sitting in my seat thinking, like, Jesus Christ, I'm in front of Joni Mitchell and Annie Lennox. Like, Annie Lennox came and played in Tampa at the Tampa Theater, the small venue, maybe like 2004, and I didn't go. I never got over it. I'm like, why didn't I go? Because she doesn't really tour or play much. And I finally got to see Annie Lennox by default of Joni Mitchell, by default of Brandy Carlisle. She came out and did Ladies of the Canyon. It was a similar arrangement to the version that she recorded for her Medusa album. It was a B-side. Medusa was her album of covers, and she recorded Ladies of the Canyon for it, but it didn't make the album. It was a B-side. But to hear it live was awesome. Annie gave a really nice speech. Jack, take it away.
Yeah, I was very happy with this. I liked it better than the song. I think she did at the Gershwin. Was it A Case of You that she did at Gershwin? No, what? Both Sides Now? Yeah. I wasn't crazy about her Both Sides Now, but I loved her Ladies of the Canyon. And of course, her version of Why the Night Before was like from another planet. Anyway, I really, really enjoyed it. I thought it was a very nice version of that song. That's all.
All right, Jahida.
I am remembering vaguely that I had, and I might still have it. I think I had or have the cassette single, or as they used to call them, ka-single of the No More I Love Yous, and
that's it.
Side with Ladies of the Canyon. And so I'll have to look for that once I get back home. But yeah, I do remember still having that. And it was just because I was so starved for other people that I knew that knew Joni. And I was like, Annie Lennox is a fan of Joni? Like, because of course, it's fucking Annie Lennox. So I was just like, oh, like all of my favorite artists. Because at this point I was a Sarah McLachlan, like, obsessed a fan. So the fact that like all of the artists that I loved also loved her, I was just like, okay, like that solidifies it for the rest of my life now.
Oh, Chris.
Sorry about that. Wow, yeah, Annie Lennox. Between the two shows at the Gorge, she loved every moment of being there both nights. She just gave tenfold. I mean, she just really commanded the stage when she took control of it both nights. And people stood back. At one of the nights, Brandy referenced her as Annie fucking Lennox, which really, I mean, in and of itself is kind of like, oh, did we need to hear that, or did she have to do that? But it's like, then, wow, this is somebody who just will allow herself to not care about whether or not there's anybody offended by it or sensing disrespect, because she's so confident that there is none. That's the kind of rapport these folks seem to share, they were in almost a spontaneous way, just, openly loving, and singing their hearts really are out. There was some really, really fine performance, both for us and for Joni, and just to share, a musicality and a humanity that, they thought they perceived from all of us. I mean, it was a really special vibe. So to see Annie Lennox there was really exceptional, especially since we knew she was a fan, and she also has made such good choices in her own career, and knowing when to step back and let the world pass by for a little bit, and then and then seize relevance again is great, because she was huge, like Joni was, in a time when it was really, really hard for women to. She really, goes back almost as far, even though we in the United States didn't come to really appreciate her until, the 80s. But she's not that. She's been doing this a long time, and she knows her shit. I mean, and there's so much soul in this woman. I'm a fan, I have to say. So when she came out and allowed herself to be that familial with them, and I mean this about all the performers. We may, quibble with, whether or not we like one performance versus the other, but damn it, they're the ones sitting in her living room and hanging out with her and talking to her and developing a relationship with her, and knowing when they're being joked with and feeling that comfortable. I mean, there's something I meant about, whether or not it's Brandy or a combination of Brandy and Joni, but that ability to foster community like they did in Laurel Canyon. Because if you think about Brandy as the spiritual successor to Cass Elliot, you can get there. I just think that Annie really embodies the spirit of motherhood. I mean, whether or not she is a mother herself, there is something very, very calming and confident and wonderful about the woman she is. And that's something that I think really reflects well, both for us and for Joni, that she's invited to be a part of something like this, and she loved every moment of it. You could tell, you could feel it.
Yeah, there was a really cute picture of Annie Lennox circulating around in the hotel lobby with Joni Mitchell with her hat on. I thought that was so cute. And something for someone that wasn't at the concert, I just want to reiterate that a big part of the concert was Joni singing to us, but parts of the concert were the guests on stage singing Joni songs to Joni. So just her point of reference. And one final thing, I don't think we can compare Brandi Carlile to Mama Cass until Brandi Carlile is a guest on an episode of Scooby-Doo. All right, Sue, you're next. And then pause. Oh, you're muted, Sue.
Okay, let me start over. My favorite part of the Annie Lennox thing was the story she told before, although the song was great too. But immediately I felt like I want to hear her biography, because she was saying that she was really young and clearly on her own, and she went over to this guy's pad or whatever, and he had a couple of Joni Mitchell albums. And that's when she discovered, and I don't know if she actually said how old she was, but it sounded like she was a young teenager. So I would love to know what year that was. I would love to know, because when I was, 15 was the first time I listened to Joni Mitchell. And, I was immediately, smitten. So it sounds like that's what happened to her too. She's known Joni Mitchell since she was a young teenager, and those songs, that it's interesting that she picked that song to cover, because it's from it might have been the first album she listened to was Ladies of the Canyon. So that's really interesting, and she did a great job. And I was listening off my phone as I was coming here, and I couldn't really hear the background vocals on that, but I really love the background vocals on Ladies of the Canyon. And I recall that they were all doing a great job backing her up on that too. So and I just have to say that I had an extremely long dream about Brandi Carlile last night. It was really weird. So someday I'll tell you about that.
No. Someday today.
Oh, we don't drop that bomb and run. No.
Are you a member of the Bramley now?
No,
it was so weird. So I'll give a really quick synopsis. I was in a strip mall in Long Island, like.
I thought you were going to say strip club, first of all.
No, strip, the strip malls in Long Island, and there was a little restaurant there, right? So I go into the restaurant, and there's this long table of all women, and way in the corner is Brandi Carlile with her arm around somebody who was not her wife, And so I'm like, oh, wow, this is really cool. Brandi Carlile is here. Maybe I can talk to her about Joni, So I'm mingling. Pat and Ann were there, and, then I bumped into, somebody else I knew, who is out of context, and I get down to where Brandi Carlile is, and she goes, hey, come on over, So I come over and I start weeping, and I'm saying, oh my God, I saw Joni Mitchell. She was on stage with you. I was in the 6th row, right? And she gives me this dirty look like, what are you talking about Joni for? I'm here. Like I'm here. And so she got up in a huff and walked away. And I was like, and like, it's so funny because when I woke up, I was still in that like, kind of mood, but it wasn't because she walked away. It was like, wow, I really made an ass out of myself in front of Brandi Carlile. So that was my dream. Okay.
I'm sure she probably has a dream about being at a long table of women as well, though.
Oh, probably. Yeah.
It's also probably pretty on brand.
I'm not saying anything, but do y'all remember that they kind of updated the background vocals? Like they didn't do the do.
I know they did a different thing because she did a different version. She didn't really go with the timing that Joni had on there. She like elongated the end of each verse.
Her vibrato was very different. She wasn't breaking. Yeah. She wasn't breaking the discants up. She's still. It was still stacked, but it was. But it wasn't quite as, staccato.
Yeah. But it was still really nice.
That was great. Yeah. Great, but a good reinvention.
Oh, and the other thing I want to say before I stop is that I'm looking forward to Road to Bartow tomorrow.
It came out today at 5.
Oh, okay. I can download that right away after this. Okay.
I think I still have Spotify. Are you on Spotify too?
They were delayed in uploading the song, but should be there by tomorrow.
Okay. How about Apple Music? Are you there?
Yeah, I think it's on Apple Music. I got a little bit of a refund because I'm that bitch. Okay. Michael Paz, you're next.
Action department, please.
Congratulations, Jeremy, on the new video. I will check it out later.
Awesome.
I wanted to just comment on the vocals on that song. I enjoyed the version, and I really enjoyed the all the background vocals and stuff were so different, and there was just so much going on in the background and the strings and stuff that was going on. It was just a really interesting mix, and I enjoyed it a lot. So that was one of. And Joni didn't really sing on it, right? She didn't add anything.
Nope.
Not even to the backgrounds, right? That was kind of strange, but anyways, I enjoyed it. As you guys know, I'm in Honduras. I'm visiting my family, and they've just called me downstairs. So I'm going to mute this thing, and I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to take you outside so you can see this beautiful place that I'm in, and I'll stop in and chat with you and listen in when I can. Because the
We'll
family
look
just got here.
forward. Well, we would estimate a something, a topic you might like, but I don't think any of us know the set list that well.
Which one?
I have a request before you leave, Paz. My favorite part of the whole trip, I was trying to go to sleep, and then Paz went into Brian's room and sang the Andy Gibb version of A Case of You. I lay on the couch, and all I heard is,
No, it was.
I have
it
that
was
on video.
Eric.
Should I do a share screen thing?
yes! Once we get to A Case of You, we're going to share a screen. Absolutely.
Yeah,
If
it was
it's
very
okay-
good. I don't do Andy. It
Oh,
was
very
good. Yeah.
Paz, are you okay with that video being shared?
What?
Yes,
I was
Brian.
kidding. I got video of you doing that. I don't know if you saw me, but I'm like,
didn't.
I can't. I got to capture this, so I have it.
God, that's crazy.
Well,
Enjoy yourselves. I'm going to go join the folks, and I'll carry you downstairs with me so you can check the place out.
wonderful. Do we have any other thoughts on Ladies of the Canyon before we move on from Annie Lennox? All right, moving on. We have a version of Help Me by somebody help me. Celeste,
Elise.
the female Jimi Hendrix, right? What's her last name? Henderson. Celeste Henderson.
Yes.
It's a different version of Help Me. It's just playing the guitar. It's kind of groovy. I like it, but I love the original Help Me, so nothing to me, no reinvention can ever outdo the original Help Me, but it was fine.
That
Jack.
place is amazing. Sorry.
I know it is.
Where Paz is amazing. My God.
Yeah, I thought this was a brilliant version. I think "Help Me" is an extremely difficult song to do. It's been covered a few times at different Joni tributes, and usually not very well. I thought this was brilliant. I absolutely loved it. Anyway, that's all I got to say.
All right, Jahida.
So I re-listened to this version today, and so the thing that I really like about it, or I should say love, is I love Joni's because it's pure 70s, right? Like it's just got this
Totally.
very easy listening kind of feel, to it. But the thing I really liked is most people tend to, when they're doing like a cover of it, they tend to do it just like Joni, just like I would, because like, my brain doesn't think about things as past like a couple of genres, and to me, when Joni does something, it's like, well, obviously that's the only way that it should be done, right? Like, because she's so damn good, but there occasionally you'll get, these people who will do something and really just flip it on its ear. And I think the thing I really loved about hers was that it was quiet and like a slow burn. You know what I mean? Which really fits the words too. Like it's two sides of a coin, and it's the idea of when you're falling in love with someone, but you don't want to, and it's like that push-pull kind of thing. You can either be very like, I'm just gonna go for it and everything kind of thing, and be like, I love, like kind of how Joni's version sort of is. But then you have Salisa's, which is, oh shit, I'm in love. I'm falling in love with this person. And it's like this trepidation about falling. And I thought it was just brilliant, honestly. Just really brilliant.
Cool. We have Sue, then Chris, then Jamie.
Yeah, I thought her guitar work on that was amazing. And I agree with everything that Jahida just said. Her slowing it down and making it more bluesy, and with the guitar being really like doing all like the guitar was doing all the band pieces. I mean, I just really thought, and I think the first time I heard her do that was in the Newport show, and I'm hoping that it comes on the album. I haven't seen a set list for that yet, but when I saw that at Newport, I was like, oh my God, who is this? This is fantastic, you know? And, I kind of felt like I wish she had a solo show so we could see her do like all of her songs, because she sounds fantastic. She sings great. She did a great job on Sex Kills too.
He did, yeah.
She's got a solo album coming out soon.
Great. Yeah, I'd really enjoy that. And so I thought she was a great addition to the group too. She's just, her chops on the guitar are just amazing. So that's all I got.
Cool. We have Chris, then Jamie, then Ryan, then Jahida.
I think there have been some absolutely amazing performances of this song. And if it hasn't been said out loud, I think it's finally really time to recognize this composition as the jazz vocal masterpiece it is. It is a standard, and it should be a challenge for anybody who considers themselves a good jazz singer. And I have the highest estimation for this song. I think Celise really simmered it incredibly long, incredibly dense, and I think her performance was absolutely spectacular. I loved every second of it. I can't wait to hear this. I really can't wait to hear this again in full flower.
Hey, Jamie, and then Brian's next.
This was a song, or this was a performance that, I don't know, there's something very slithery about it. And in a kind of like, its sensuality was just like some sort of heated love, which I was like, wow, okay. This is different to the kind of breathy, almost exhilarating love that the original is kind of alluding to, or to me anyway, at least. But this is sort of like, it's heaty, it's hot, it's slightly dirty, and it has a kind of, when the band kick in and it really gets a groove going with the rest of what she's doing on guitar is amazing. And there's Mark Isham piping in every so often. You kind of go, okay, go Mark, and he does this kind of like accompanying as opposed to not. He doesn't take over anything, which is a bit like you kind of want him to every so often. But yeah, just the groove on her version was just a kind of slow. You just want to slither along to it, just yeah. Coming from an English person, but yeah, really cool.
All right, we have the lineup is Brian, Jahida, Sue, and then Jack.
Yeah, it was so good it made me angry. It was exactly what I like to see when I see somebody cover a Joni song. Is like you make it your own, but you
must have had a really tough. You must have had a really tough night, I think.
What do you mean?
If you were,
I did. I got
We've
angry.
been having envy issues all night long here already, and this is,
anger and tears, basically.
I'm happy this inspired you to such passions.
One of the things that, in slowing it down, she did give it that slithering feel, but it also, like, Joni, she's hard to sing because she's cramming so many words into a line, and when she does it, it's effortless. But for somebody else to try, like even when I was at the TNT tribute, like Katie Lang was struggling with that very same song. And Katie Lang is one of like the great singers of our time. I think she did have a cold that night, but either way, it's like But one of the things I noticed about the performance at the Gorge was like in slowing it down, it gave her time to breathe and deliver the phrases. It was so smart and so well done. And yeah, she makes me angry.
Jahido, then Sue.
Okay, so a couple of things that I want to piggyback off what Sue said about being really glad she's there. And I mean, I know that often, this is not me trying to put some like woke information in anything, but I mean, I think the fact too that she was one of the few people of color up on that stage, and Joni, if not, and for many artists, she is kind of like what she says, right? She makes genderless, raceless music. She appeals to everyone, and I mean, I'm a little Puerto Rican and Cuban girl from New Jersey, and I was obsessed with her, still am. So, it's just one of these things where you're just like, I wish there was more of that kind of experimentation, you know what I mean? And variety on stage, but that remains to be seen. I know people have done this in the past. I mean, the Gershwin Award had a number of people that were of color as well. And so did her 75, which was great with Mirasol and, or Marisol and Los Lobos and everything. But I really feel like with this Joni Jam kind of vibe, that this might very well be an opening to other interpretations. Like, I know for myself, the idea of trying to see if there's a way I could take a song and translate it into Spanish and sing it in Spanish would be absolutely wonderful. You know what I mean? Because the thing about Joni's words is that they are so emotional and so expressive and so precise in so many ways, and that like Spanish kind of has that very much. I mean, obviously the emotional expressive, but the preciseness. I mean, there are so many words in Spanish that I don't know how to translate into English, because I'm like, there's no word for that. It is its own thing. So so to me, it's just like, I really wish I have this sparks this kind of diversity with Joni's music, and I think she would love it, to be honest. I think she'd like freaking like be all about it. And then also what damn it, I lost what it was, but it was Brian, you were just talking, right? Or
Kind of, yeah.
okay, so you so you were saying how, like, she no, it was the Mark Isham, it was Chris, that's what it was. Or no, Jamie, my bad. Jamie was saying Mark Isham, how he was so good at being an accompanist. Now, the thing about Mark Isham is he's jazzy, right? So that really speaks to his jazz roots right there. Because when you're a jazz musician, one of the things that really, honestly, in my opinion, and I'm probably biased because I'm a jazz vocalist, but in my opinion, one of the hallmarks of a really talented jazz musician is the ability to accompany and to do it well, and to showcase your talents when it is your moment, right? But at the same time, be able to lift up others and listen. Like I always told my students, your ear is your best instrument. You can, if you listen and you listen to everyone around there, you're going to do great things. And so the idea of Mark Isham, I think, coming in was to become an accompanist and not to sort of hot dog all over Salisa's moment, because she was owning that moment. and I think Mark did fantastically. He's, you know, I don't think anybody's gonna listen to him and be like, I could take him or leave him. He really adds. He takes, you know, a performance and just really makes it better. You know, he enhances it. And sometimes enhancing it doesn't need a solo. And that's, I mean, these are my opinions, obviously. And you know what they say about opinions and assholes. But I'm just saying that, like, as somebody who, you know, really it struggles, honestly, with trying to find that good accompanist. That's something that I just really felt was really nice to see from him. You know, he's like, whatever, I'm good at what I do.
And he's his own confident, unique
exactly
flavor, and he brings that to everything he touches.
Exactly. He knows what he has, and he doesn't need to constantly be like in your face about it. He can, because he can also lift others up at the same time. And that shows a real true musician, you know? So, yeah, this, to me, this song was one of the highlights of the evening in general, you know? I mean, a highlight of highlights. You know what I mean? Like, everything was so good. But to me, this was one of those ones that just really crawls in and just kind of stays with you, you know? So yeah, I really can't wait for her solo album. Woo!
I'll definitely have to go back. I feel like I undersold it. I'm like, it was good. I guess I was just caught up in the I was still recovering from coming from the cold. All right. We have Sue and then Jack.
When Chris was talking about how incredible a song Help Me, I was having this flashback, or should I say post-traumatic stress reaction, because my band, our band played it in like 2012. They threw me a bone and said that I could play a Joni Mitchell song, right? So at the time I had been practicing Help Me, and I asked if we could do Help Me, and we struggled with that song because I wasn't singing it. I was just playing the guitar on it. But you know who broke us and made us play that song great? The drummer. The drummer really got the, I guess that was John Guerin, you know, the whole, bah, 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 bah. You know, she did a great job. And we did it, you know, in our performances a couple times, and it worked out really great. But it was really hard. And the singer had a really hard time with it. But, you know, it was great. What was the other thing I was going to say? I can't remember now.
You must have done a bunch of arranging on it too, Sue. I'm sure you were you were able to impart quite a lot of yourself into making sure, from what you could hear anyway, it was as good as it was gonna ever be.
Mm-hmm. Well, I had to play it just like Joni played it. You know, I didn't really innovate the way Celeste did, but one of the things that was really funny is that the lead guitar player was really pissed off because he didn't know what the hell I was playing. Because it was in this weird, I mean, it's one of the weirder tunings too. It's like a C sharp, you know, she's got like all kinds, I mean, it's a unique tuning in her, you know, her whole, you know, there's no other song that's in that tuning. So it's pretty interesting.
Never tried it.
It's pretty cool.
I'm afraid of it for some reason. There's a couple of her songs. They scare me. That's one of them.
Yeah, it's really fun to play.
Okay, Jack.
So I don't know if I should like even admit this. I may have to turn in my card. But I have not gone back and listened to any of the performances from that night. Part of it is, you know, it lives so magically in my memory that I'm afraid of hearing them again, especially through a phone, camera, microphone type of thing, that it won't live up to my memories. But this is one song that I would really like to go back and listen to, because I thought it was such an intriguing version of this song. So anyway, that's it. And I'm sorry if I'm banned from now on.
You're never banned. Jahida, do you want to jump in and do a verse? No? The floor's open, baby. No? All right.
I don't even have any backing music. I have nothing.
Do acapella.
Acapella? What are you, Medea?
It was Jahida singing. Help me.
Oh, yeah. Ring.
I don't know.
Ring.
Maybe some point we'll do it again. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know if y'all saw what I wrote about Allison. She's not gonna make it because she is running for city council. So let's give her some good vibes.
Oh,
Listen,
Is that what you meant by poor thing?
so sorry.
when we get to the archives with help with the Court and Spark stuff, maybe you can do Help Me there, Jahida. You have a little time. You still get another go around. All right. So we went from a really great cover of a Joni Mitchell song to a really bad original. So the next song was, oh Lord, Laura, welcome to the podcast. I had my
Nicely
this
saved.
is Joni Phonogenics, not Rick Whitfield Phonogenics.
So next is where there's a will, there's a gay. Where there's a will, there's a way. We looked him up in the van because we're bitches, and he you can rent him out as a wedding singer, right? He does events. We went to his website. So if anyone has a wedding coming up, or a bar mitzvah, or a birthday party, if you want to hear Where There's a Will, There's a Way again, this is your opportunity to do it.
Imagine if that would have been you, Jeremy, and she said, yeah, Jeremy, come hang at my Joni Jam. And you know what? Do that new original of yours.
Mine's better than his.
What a blessing.
I know, we're being bitches.
Nothing, but you know what?
Hey, he's there, and somebody's very grateful. Somebody gave him an opportunity to be a part of something really special.
Holy shit up,
We know who that somebody is. So
if he ever can't be there one night, I'd be happy to take his place at Friday night jam. So
he's a guest.
Based on our conversation in the van, I thought everyone was gonna be bitchy about this song. Now I feel like I went too hard on it.
I wonder though.
Someone help me. It was terrible, right?
Do you think he got some, a boost for his career with this?
No.
I imagine.
Let's hope.
I'm not sure he gives a rat's ass, really. I mean, he just wanted to be
does.
maybe he just wanted to be part of something really special for her.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wonder if it's something where it's at least maybe he's got a couple of more streams from this, or a couple of people purchasing his album. That's if people are paying $5,000 for a seat, maybe they're like, well, shit, we could say, hey, instead of we can't get Joni, we can get Rick Whitfield, who just played at the Gorge, to come and play our private party.
I just want to say to the listeners, to all my listeners out there, I have no idea who these people are in my podcast, because after the show, all we did is bitch about how bad the song was.
I'm not saying it was good. I'm saying I'm wondering for his reasons.
And we decided that Joni wanted to jump his bones. And that's the only reason that he was on this.
Listen, he was handsome.
He was. Maybe I'll edit out this whole part, because I feel like I'm being too harsh.
And I think it's just that we are so used to Joni having such complex and amazing music that when somebody shows up and they literally, their song is named after an idiom, and it's, granted, Joni's one of her most famous songs is freaking "You Don't Know What You Got Till It's Gone" is the lyric. So what are we talking about? But still, I feel like she took that and made it bigger than it is now. Whereas I feel like his song was just a little schlocky. You know what I mean? It was real pedantic.
You know what, Paz? If they invite me to the show, I'm going to write a song called "If You Can't Beat 'Em, Join 'Em."
Well, maybe you could get Rick Whitfield on it, and then you could literally make it about him.
This was the deep.
You got to bring a little gospel flavor into it, though.
Was the deepest,
oh my God! Please edit this out.
Deepest shadow that
I'm trying to stay on mute. I'm trying.
Brian, talk. No one else. Brian, help me. help me, just like Solis.
For yourself, Thomas.
Any opinions of Rick Woodfill are just my own raging jealousy.
Yeah.
So I'm a unbiased observer.
I'll write that down.
It was nice. It was good.
Y'all who write songs must have a lot of facets that you're reflecting here. I get it. I totally get you songwriters, apart from you singers or anything. I'm just seriously saying she wanted to do something really nice for this guy. She had a really good feeling about
It was a beautiful
whatever
gesture.
it is.
It was a beautiful gesture.
Ryan, what did you? Ryan, I'm just curious. What did you think of the song itself? I'm curious if you're going to analyze the song itself, what you thought.
I love both of those chords.
Does anybody have it? There's no video of it, right?
No, it's on the recording. I skipped right over it.
Well, but it's not on the one. This guy, what's his name? Mike Russell.
No, Sam Stone uploaded like a really good one, so should be on that one. But
Laura, welcome to the podcast.
Hey.
It's a shit show.
Hi, Laura. What I was gonna say too is, to put it into perspective. One, I think past Joni probably wouldn't have done something like this. So shows how much more philanthropical or kind or whatever, and supportive she has been later in her age. What, Don Freed? Who's Don Freed?
He helped her write Crazy Cries of Love.
Oh, but I mean, like, in this
Happiness
way,
is the best facelift.
like, to literally give him a slot in her whole comeback kind of thing, so I think that was incredibly kind of her.
That was very kind.
Also, I think if we want to really put into perspective, would the NPR Tiny Desk listen to this song and say, yeah, that's somebody who should be a semi-finalist? No, that would have been like the first thing they would have been like, what the hell is this happy horse shit? And been like, so I think that is, in my case, that is my perspective. Whereas, we very luckily got somebody who was a semifinalist for the NPR Tiny Desk right here within our midst. And
that's right.
Look at him. He's like, and I'm now turning off my camera.
Can't we just call him a tax? Okay, this is just a tax. We have to pay a little tax.
I don't know. I just feel like when you have someone who actually is a talented musician, who really is sort of a legendary person, and then you're like, and now here's something different, it just kind of makes it so jarring. That's
a word.
If I was in, some other venue listening to some other, concerts or whatever, okay, but you can't go from like Joni Mitchell, freaking Annie Lennox, like
Help Me, a really good version of Help Me.
That's what I mean, like Solis, you can't go from these like insanely wonderful performances and then all of a sudden have Where There's a Will, There's a Way.
But you see, apparently you can.
With two chords. It's just, I know you can. It just brought everyone kind of to this like, oh, everyone sat down. Everyone sat down in our area. No, there wasn't, except for like two people who were dancing and were like, okay, go you. You know what I mean? But it just felt like it was just this weird, I guess, a palate cleanser.
Or a planned bathroom break.
Maybe. There you go, Jack.
Well, Chris, if that was a tax, then I'm going to dog it and ask for it to be tax free.
Are you saying that she wanted to give him a slot in her jam?
Ooh. Somebody asked that. I don't stop.
I think that he was a part of their jam, and she wanted him to be there.
Because what was the song? He was gonna sing Georgia on My Mind, right? He's like, Joni begged me to do an original. Like Joni begged him, and you know what? After all this discussion, Jahida, I think you said that maybe Joni is a lot softer now. Michelle Mercer was right. I'm just being stupid. If Joni's
I never really truly disagreed with her whole thing. I read it. I understood her struggles. I just felt like some of her points on making that article maybe were a little harsh, especially considering she hadn't been there.
Right.
I felt like the whole idea of saying, that it was like a jukebox of hits. I was like, it was anything but, you know what I mean? And I would say like Newport was more so. But at the same time, I wonder what she would have said about Rick Whitfield.
And yet we've just spent the last 20 minutes talking about it. So,
and you know what? He's probably so nice. Like he would watch us and just be like, "Oh, I didn't even want to play that song." So Rick,
He probably is so nice. So
I know.
I feel really bad now.
No matter how mature I get, I still have that like bitchy queen inside of me. So just forgive me, Rick.
We might just skip over this. We might just skip over this.
Yeah, we may have to edit this.
Just edit this.
Oh, let's put it out there.
I thought y'all were talking about Marcus Mumford.
Oh, we haven't even gotten there yet, honey.
But you're right, Jack. Like it is, I think, one of the things that I don't know if you guys watch Black Mirror at all, but one of the things that the lady said in Black Mirror about with Joan is Awful is that they tried to do the stories about everybody positively and it didn't test well. They were like, oh, depression and depravity definitely sell better. And it's one of those things where it's like, people would rather talk about the negative than the positive for the most part. So I guess we're like a really good, science experiment right here.
Okay. Rick Whitfield, we loved him. It was a wonderful song. We enjoyed it. We're so glad that Joni gave him, and he seems like a really nice guy, and he's available for parties if you go to his website. Okay, next. Any parting thoughts before we move on? I'm not going to edit it out. Let's just keep it real. Rick, if he's on stage, I'm sure he has a little bit of a thick skin. If Joni can handle the criticism from Hissing in Summer Lawns, he can handle Phonogenics being bitches. Right? Okay. Love potion number 9. I took a drink. Jack's hand is up. Take it away.
So I remember when I saw this as like one of the videos from Newport, and I was like, what the hell is Joni doing Love Potion number 9 for? And then I listened to it and I loved it. And, like, how can you not smile when Joni goes, I took a drink? It was classic. And a little trivia. It's also the second time that Joni makes reference to kissing a policeman.
I'd kiss a policeman. Did anyone notice that at one point the band went into the music of the chorus, but then Joni started singing the verse, so the band hurried up and course corrected? The band was so in tune with what Joni was doing. I might have been the opposite. Like she went to the chorus. I can't remember, but there was a mismatch, and the band on a dime jumped in and fixed it. Did anyone else notice that? Okay. So it's not just me him being crazy.
Oh,
So
might have happened too fast.
I
for me.
really enjoyed it. Would I have rather heard Song for Sharon or something? Obviously, yes. But,
Right.
It's such a happy thing, and to see how happy it made Joni. I can't argue with its placement in the set list.
I think if it allowed her to do some of what else she did that night, God bless her. Let's have it.
Yeah.
If that ate up enough time for her.
Chris, that is my tax. Love Potion number 9 and all these covers. That's the tax I'm willing to pay. Not Rick Whitfield. Okay, Jamie, your hand is up.
I mean, listening to it, because I had heard it at Newport, and you do wonder like what are you doing? But listening to it, it is a lot of fun, and also she's taking the lead in the song. There's hardly any other vocalist apart from like maybe the more chorally bits, but she's taking the lead, and it's not an easy sing because she's up there giving it the energy that it needs. So I'm like go, and it sounds like it's one of those things that at the jam it was really fun to do. Do you know what I mean? Because you're singing with Joni, something you don't have to be so reverent with. And it's like one of those things that where you're just in there, you're just singing with Joni, one of the songs that Joni grew up with, and it's like, yeah, okay, cool, because all the other songs, it's like, oh my god, I'm singing, Strange Boy, and she's joining us, oh my god,
Yeah, and Jamie, you're sitting mere feet from her high school friend while you're listening to her sing that.
Yeah.
With your view completely blocked.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were.
We had a great view of the friend,
right?
Oh, Chris.
Amy, you were next to the Saskatoonians, right?
Probably, yeah. I think they were all around us. Yeah, I think
Wow.
they were in our section. But yeah, it just felt like, it was one of those kind of like, it's a song in the jams where they all get to have fun. Nobody's really particularly showing off. Nobody's doing, anything special. It's just like, yeah, we're going to kick out and have fun and have fun. And I'm really like, and her vocal on it is really powerful, So I'm kind of like going, yeah, the girl's having fun, and she's 79, you know what I mean, or whatever, it's 78. And I like it for that. I like it for that reason. It's it's the why do fools fall in love moment, and and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm viva la old age, as she says.
All right, Ryan, was your hand up and then disappeared?
Yeah. I was just gonna say, I just want to make this. It's a weird song to sing in 2023. It was great to see her having fun with it, but it's like with consent issues and Cosby, it's a weird song to sing, right?
I don't
Okay,
the
that's
same-
why I took my hand up.
I
don't
put
think-
that in the same category as the Don Juan album cover. It's like, oh, it's Joni.
Context
agree,
is
though.
everything. Or
that's
context is
really
everything.
anthropological, but I love it.
I agree.
I think a lot of it too is sorry, Sue, is just that I think a lot of the night was her having fun. And
Yeah, no, I
the
completely get that.
yeah, and I think that I love the idea of her, going back to her dancing days, right? Like that probably really, I think when they say when you've got memory issues and memory loss from whatever, a lot of the things that stick are those long-term memories, right? And I think for her, those are such happy times for her, which is probably why she was also so happy to have her Saskatoonians there, So to her, it's just a way of reliving those happy moments at another happy moment, But certainly, I mean, I feel like are all the songs something that most people in the audience were probably like, I can't wait for her to sing that? No. And were there other songs that they probably would have wanted in place of those? No. But the night is not only for us. The night was also for her, it was like a homecoming of sorts.
Agreed.
And I think that for her to feel comfortable with coming back and having such a venue that's so huge and such a big pressure, this was her way of like recentering, and I thought it was really fun and gave some really light moments, especially that I took a drink. I mean, that is fucking hilarious.
That's a crowd pleaser.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to be a elementary school music teacher to find that shit funny. You know what I mean? She's just funny. And so I thought it was definitely unexpected, but a great unexpectation. So.
Okay, we have Sue and then Chris.
So when I was growing up, my parents graduated from high school in 55, which was probably a couple of years earlier than Joni. And my father would always sing doo-wop songs. He was just like so into doo-wop. And you know, that song was in the rotation all the time. But he loved songs like Blue Moon. He liked to do that low part where it goes ba da ba da da dang bang dang dang, you know, Blue Moon. You know, he would do stuff like that. So you know, we thought it was hysterical. You know, we're little kids. You know, and when I heard her singing that song, that's what immediately came to my mind. That memory of my father singing all those doo-wop songs because he loved them. He really liked the song "Cool Jerk" too. That was a really funny song from that time.
All right, Chris, did you have something?
I did, yes. I just wanted to say that I agree very much with what Jahida said. It is really to have so much fun, and it's important from where that comes from. Whatever she woke up to when she was recovering, you know, in the early days, you know, to wake up to the responsibility that you are Joni Mitchell and you've created this body of work, it really does require a lot of confidence and a lot of creativity and a lot of I don't know, stick-to-itiveness. Is that what, you know, the tenacity that one has to have to work their way back? I mean, who knows? Would she have had the basic path or the basic wiring to do so if she hadn't recovered from polio? You know, name one more way this woman could get more unique. I mean, just, you know, the fact that her wiring could be, you know, somehow improved through hard fought battles. It's a really, she's a wonder of resilience. You know, damn it. I mean, this is what sainthood should be for. It's really, it's weird. It's exceptional. I'm sorry. You're right. I think this is a window to her soul, and we should really embrace it. And who the hell doesn't laugh in their mind when they sing themselves that song, that low note? I took a drink. Everybody, you know, I mean, even if you don't like the song, you would find something to love within that experience. I could see why it's here. I mean, yes, would I would like to have spent some time somewhere deeper in time? Maybe we'll get there.
All right. Any other parting thoughts on Love Potion number 9 before we move on? Moving on, we have A Case of You, which I thought this version was a lot better than the Newport one because Brandy really scaled it back. I thought she kind of was doing a little trampling, a little bit on the Newport version. And I felt on this version, there was a lot more Joni, and I loved it. I thought it was a very great performance. We have Chris and then Jamie.
Okay. Now, I fully expect that Jamie is going to chime in here anytime he absolutely wants. Okay. We were sitting relatively close. Jamie, unfortunately, had a really harder time looking up at the screen than we did, and he was sitting very close to where Kevin was and the Saskatoon group. I know a little bit about Jamie. Jamie is a fine artist who curates, you know, Joni's artwork on JoniMitchell.com. So he's very, very attuned and very knowing about what art means to people and how it expresses, and he practices it. To this point in the show, I was like all joy. There was no crying in baseball. This was the most amazing experience. It was all joy to this point. Joni started to sing A Case of You. Okay. She got to the line. This is one very specific line, and for me, it was the line of the night, the way she vocally arranged it and phrased it, because I admit I have not heard every version of the song or her version or every one of her versions of the song that I'm that familiar with. But to my ear, she did something very different with this one phrase, and it absolutely dropped a bomb on the dam that was forming, and I completely lost it through that gap. The phrase was, "I am a lonely painter." I've not heard anything like that. If when we're finished talking about it, you want to go back and find that version of it, just let me know if you agree that there's something really, really special and deep, and just as deep red as the wine she's staring into. It's just incredible what she imbues into those few words. But that's where I lost it, and I was a puddle for the rest of the song. I thought it was an absolutely astounding version of the song. I cannot wait to hear it again and again and again. Jamie, please, you were there in so many ways there.
Yeah, take it away, Jamie.
As soon as I knew what song it was, I thought, I'm going to go live on Facebook with this. I'm going to live stream this song for other people to hear, because the song obviously is a song that most of my friends who know me and know Joni Mitchell know this song. And I just thought, for all my friends who can't be here, I want you to hear this song. And it was like, okay, cool. And Joni and Brandy do a bit of harmonizing with it in the first stanza, and I went, okay, right, yeah, mm-hmm. And then it's that line. She lets Joni go with it. She leaves that stanza to Joni, and that's like, you know, writing it in 1971 or whenever she wrote it. I am a lonely painter. I live in a box of paints. I am a lonely painter. Yeah, okay, that most painters are lonely because it's a lonely thing. You know, now painting has become her therapy. It just resonated in so many different ways for me, maybe, that suddenly here's somebody whose painting was her joy, and now it's her therapy. You know, for her road to recovery, back to, you know, hand-eye coordination, you know, learning expression and all that kind of stuff, and suddenly it's like it was another point of heartbreak, of another milestone in that road of the journey of this song. And it's like, wow, nobody could have given it that meaning, or my interpretation of that meaning, other than her that night. And that's when I just kind of, it just made everything that she has ever done, you know. So somebody said to me when Newport had happened, like, oh my God, she writes songs that she can sing in her old age. And suddenly this song became a song that she can sing in her old age. You know, not just at as a person breaking up with somebody, but actually she wrote it for her. You know, at a time when, actually, who knew 1971? You know, she always joked that she'd go, you know, Richard, the last time I saw Richard, you know, that kind of thing would be her thing. Do you know what I mean? She'd kind of like do a kind of cabaret version of her gigs. Yes, and we would still go. But when she does them straight, when she gives them such simplistic, well, seemingly simplistic arrangement, with no decoration. And that's the thing about Joni's music. It's stripped bare most of the time. And when you do strip it bare, and when we can hear it, it's like, wow. Yeah. And that was one of the moments in this song. I would go listen to it, listen to this version, and that's me done.
All right, Jahida, then Jack.
Well, a couple of things. I think while this song, I agree, is certainly, like, when you strip it bare, it is incredibly profound. I mean, but we could say that about so many of her songs, but it's just, it really does. I feel like partially because of the fact that she was at this kind of prime age to have heartache when she wrote it, that she just somehow managed to talk about something that was relevant to, like, a young love, but then a middle age love, and then like an old love. Like, she transcended this age, it just kind of was, not that love has an age, but I feel like it just managed to, like, transcend in so many ways. And but I also think when you said, like, right now her art is her therapy, I think it always has been. I think she realized that she could make a better living, quote unquote, better living as a musician. And perhaps she also really liked the kind of, the lifestyle. She seems to really be like a party girl. Even she said, like, she's a party girl, and I think even she gravitated more towards music. But for her art was always her downtime, like her reflective time, and her way of becoming, looking inward within herself, which comes up later, right? And I think we don't realize a lot of what we think are our hobbies are really our therapy. And we wouldn't be able to survive, and mentally or physically in some ways, without them. And so I think for her, she is immensely, this is why in many ways, I think her health and her mental health and her, recovery has just been so astronomical comparatively. And I'm a person who's like a disciple of Oliver Sacks too, so I feel like this is something that has been covered quite a bit, but, it bears repeating that to have that artistic expression and having that artistic outlet does, especially musical and artistic, is incredibly therapeutic for the brain. And for people who've had brain injuries, whichever way, and honestly, because we're all of certain generations, I would say we all probably have experienced at some point some traumatic brain injury, whether it's from, falling on the playground, because those things were like death traps, but like legit, just there were so many things that we had happened to us as a kid that, people back then were just like, shake it off, shake it off. Whereas now, certain kind of things, you'd be like, wait, maybe you have a concussion, or maybe you have this and that. We're a lot more informed, and we also a lot more informed of what brain injuries can do to a person's, demeanor, what a person's, mental health, all kinds of things. So I think having this ability to tap in and utilize that part of her brain was invaluable. You know, it saved her, and in essence was a boon to us. You know, I mean, without her being able to already kind of rely on that, she wouldn't be where she is. She's certain, like the fact that she's freaking playing and singing on a stage after having, you know, what happened to her is incredible. Incredible, you know. And I know many of us have been touched by people in our lives who have had these traumatic brain injuries or dementia or Alzheimer's, because it just is where we are in our lives. And to imagine those people being able to do what she has done. I mean, I hope Les doesn't mind, but one of the things, you know, Jenny was definitely veering at the end to those moments, but there was nothing more that I absolutely just loved, and I mean loved, than waking up in the morning to her playing piano and singing these songs that were such a part of her, and without falter, you know. It was in her, and it just was, like I said, you know, to me, I'm a disciple of music and art therapy. You know, I've worked in it before, and I think it's so incredible what the brain is capable of when it comes to expression and emotion. And this is one way that it is undeniable to see.
All right, we have Jack and then Sue.
Yeah, so kind of following up on, you know, Chris and Jamie's thing about I'm a lonely painter. Am I remembering it correctly that like that was like one of the first things that Joni sort of was capable of doing during her recovery? I think she was able to paint before she was able to sing or, you know, anything like that, maybe even speak well. So I didn't put it in that context until you guys said that, but it's like, so imagine you're Joni Mitchell and you're recovering and you're capable of painting, but other than that, you're kind of shut off from the rest of the world. And so it really pounds home the idea of a lonely painter that I had not thought about before. Anyway, that's all.
All right, Sue.
Something that Jahida said prompted me to raise my hand, because one of the things that's really different about Joni now than was from a lot of her life is that she's really enjoying being around people. I mean, she was a lonely painter because she was an isolated artist who was completely focused on her art, not only with the painting, but obviously the music and the writing, you know. And I think that's a part of recovery, is realizing that you need help and you get out of your, you know, get out of your isolation, you know. And it also brings you joy, you know. And to see her doing that now is just amazing. I'm sure she's still painting and everything, but, you know, like you said, there's a lot of people who know that, and I know somebody who's here who knows that too. Yeah, you know, we isolate because we don't want help. We don't want want people to know who we are, you know. And then we have to do that to stay alive, you know. And that's just one thing about recovery is one of the things that is most important to me, is the fact that, you know, whatever kind of thing you're suffering from, if you stay alone in it, you're not going to get better. I mean, I really feel that's true. And the fact that she's on stage now with all these friends who come to her house all the time is just the amazing joy of this whole event. You know, I mean, because it really did bring her back from the blink. I mean, the reason why she was so sick is because she was so isolated in her house and she was such a night owl that nobody knew she was upstairs on the floor for 3 days. And the fact that she's alive and performing in front of 29,000 people who adore her is just an incredible miracle. It's incredible. And, you know, I mean, it gives me chills. I would be sitting there looking at her in the 6th row and I'm like, oh my God, this woman, you know, it's just an incredible, incredible story. You know, it's just incredible. And I'm so glad, you know, at times like that, it's like, okay, I'm obsessed with this lady. What's wrong with me? You know, I'm having dreams about her. I'm having all this stuff. It's like, it's because she inspires me so much. You know, it's just so incredible. She's my hero. So, yeah, thanks for making me think of that, Jahida.
I'm gonna take 2 more. We still have 11 songs, and I only have 3 hours of free time before I have to upgrade to the next payment plan for podcasting. So, Chris and Laura.
Very fast. I just wanted to say that there's been some beautiful stories of all sorts of redemption and just careful recovery all through tonight's discussion, and it's really been beautiful because the deeper we get into the show, that's where its heart really is, and it's about being witness to just the most magnificent regeneration that could be imagined. I mean, it's our souls being regenerated, and you know what? We send our love and our respect, but we know we have our distance too. We have to, and everybody, each one of us, we never know what's going to befall us tomorrow, and we have, as much as we are celebrating her and what we witnessed and together, and would love for people to understand about it. I think we have to be cognizant that nothing is forever. No one is forever, and let's just love while we can.
All right, Laura.
Gosh, I hardly know what to say after everybody said all this emotional stuff. This is not my dog. This is my friend's dog. And she's not only a survivor of breast cancer, my friend, but she's also in the hospital now for a GI problem. So I'm taking care of her dog, but who's taking care of who? I think this dog's taking care of me. And I definitely think the same about Joni, that, we're just people, whole bunch of people, out there. And, of course, we were all affected when Joni had her aneurysms rupture, and, it was all up in the air. We didn't know. And, to have her come back, and to have her come back at the time that she came back, right at the end of the pandemic. And, also for a lot of us, our older age, or at least the door to our older age, because I'm 64, I'm close to retirement, and Joni's shown me a whole lot of grace, for living. And when things are down, she's out there singing Love Potion number 9. She was so relaxed up on that stage, and I was thinking, gosh, I wonder what she's on. But I think she's just on life, and I'd also like to know more about the guy that she's with. She calls him her man. I guess he's a physical therapist. I don't know. I was interested to know what was written on his shirt. There's some kind of, it looks like Asian writing on his shirt, but if anybody knows about him, I'd be interested to hear. And that A Case of You, it was one of those songs where my little antennas went up, and it was like, wow, Joni Mitchell, there she is singing it.
Great. Well, Brian, last chance. Are you sure you don't have a video of an alternate version of a case of you to to show the pot? Okay, well, maybe next time.
I will say that when Chris started talking about that, the moment where she said, "I am a lonely painter," since I was on mute, I got on my iPad and went on YouTube and watched it, and yeah, I started getting a little weepy. So if you roll back, you can see me starting to weep as I'm looking at the.
Aww.
Yeah, it was a hell of a moment. Yeah, that was a highlight, definitely.
All right. Well, then, speaking of people covering songs, it was an important night for me because not only was, one of my heroes, Joni Mitchell, up there, and one of my favorites, Annie Lennox, up there, but two more of my favorites were up on the stage with Wendy and Lisa. I've always been a fan of Prince. It was actually Prince that led me to Joni Mitchell in his song Ballad of Dorothy Parker. I'm like, when Help Me came on the radio and my family's kind of like, that's the song from the Prince song. And that's what started it all. But I love Wendy and Lisa. I love all their solo albums. I have everything they've ever done, even the soundtracks. So to get to see them on stage performing and then taking a song, Wendy and Lisa did a version of A Strange Boy next, which is not one of the more played songs from his era. We hear Coyote, we hear Amelia, but I don't, hear A Strange Boy a lot. People don't talk about it as much as some of the other songs. Even Joni did Fergie Sings the Blues, in 2013. So Lisa did post on her Facebook, I think the night before, like something about that she's alluded to A Strange Boy, so the anticipation was up. But I thought Wendy fucking killed it. I thought this was such a great version. Joni came in saying, and if I could have, like 4 years ago, said, I'm going to be sitting in the 6th row listening to Wendy sing A Strange Boy with Joni singing the background vocals on the chorus, I probably would have just been like, get the fuck out of here. But this was a highlight of the concert for me. Where Sue and I were, I couldn't see Lisa at all. So Lisa was totally blocked. I could only see her up on the video screen. But yeah, this was one of the highlights of the concert for me. I love this song, and it was such a great version. Anyone else want to jump in? Jahida, a fellow Prince fan, and then Sue.
Yeah, I had to rock all of my Prince tonight because I knew we were getting to this song. I mean, honestly, the same, like you guys. Like, I mean, do I love Annie Lennox? Yes. But I got to see her at the Gershwin, and I've seen Sarah McLachlan before. I've actually met Sarah McLachlan like way before, right when the first Lilith Fair was happening, because I was obsessed with her since I was like, a teenager, before Surfacing came out. So I wasn't like, I need to see all these people. I was like, I need to see Joni. And then I heard that Wendy and Lisa were going to be there. And I was like, oh my God. Like, I couldn't wait to hear what was going to happen, because I'd never seen them. So the same as you, I even though being right there, like I couldn't see Lisa at all. So, I mean, I'm also short, but I don't think it would have mattered. But the story that they told beforehand, bringing Prince into it, and Lisa, or excuse me, Wendy talking about the fact that, how she met Lisa was because of Joni, how she bonded with her, and how, she, just like heard Lisa playing Joni, and then how the reason why Prince wanted to hire them was because they sounded like Joni. And holy shit, those first chords of A Strange Boy were dead on. Like, it wasn't like, I mean that on like, oh, this sounds exactly like Joni playing it, but it was just, most people don't typically get that exact sound. You know what I mean? And she, even though she had just a slight, I mean, it was the slightest of slight variations, because you could tell it wasn't exact, but it was so close that it was like if you could do a double take for ears, right? Like it was just like, oh. And
Does anyone remember what guitar she was playing?
Whatever it was, it had to have been
I couldn't see.
like, you know what I mean? It had to, but I mean, it had to have been pretty, probably close to what Joni played. I mean, the sound was almost dead on.
Probably an arch top then, I guess. Yeah, all right.
And I feel like, if I were Wendy, even having had such a storied career, playing for one of the most meticulous musicians ever, and having a long history with him, but also somebody who is also as much a fan as you are, but then to play it in front of that woman, and then on top of that to have lost Prince, and to kind of be like, shit, here I am full circle. Like, I can't even imagine the emotions that she was going through.
It was heavy. It was really heavy.
Yeah. And she delivered, that freaking musician part kicked in, and it was just like, bam, and I think I also didn't even realize, like, I guess I was unaware of the fact that Prince had showed up to a couple Joni jams, apparently, from back in the day. She mentioned that, and I was like, oh shit, to be a fly on that wall.
They they hung out a lot, actually, back in the day. Man.
Yeah, like 86, right? A lot, because Prince wrote a song for Joni called "Emotional Pump," which was terrible.
Yes. But then the story that she talked about, how he was at that Joni jam and he starts playing something on the piano.
Oh
and God. He's like, and she comes over and she's like, wow, that's really good. What is it? And he's like, it's a case of you. And she's like, oh yeah. It's like, damn, like right now.
She said, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, I'm pretty good. And I'm just like, honestly, that is main character energy, and I'm living for it. Like, because if there was ever anybody that could be the main character, it would be Joni.
Right.
and especially in a room with Prince, who's also very, I'm the shit all the time. But like, if there was anybody to just kind of
you're not the shit in my living room.
Yeah, like let Prince know, it would be Joni. So yeah, no, it was just one of those things where I do love that song, because that entire album is just incredible. But you're right, it's one of those songs that is not typically done, and I thought she just was magnificent with it. She gave it the reverence, and and Joni singing part of it. Like, I think it's really intriguing to hear Joni like put in her little things in there as well. And it was another one of the highlights of the night for me by far.
I feel like Wendy and Lisa so often are the unsung heroes, and they, to me, were part of the stars of the show. You may have mentioned this, Shahida, but Wendy also said that that's why Prince had them join the Revolution, is because they sounded like Joni Mitchell. So that's what, brought them to his band. And the line, I think I started crying when they did the "We Got High on Travel" and Joni sing along with it. I was like, oh my God, I'll never forget that moment. All right, we have Sue and then Jamie.
This is a really fun song to play. I mean, it's a weird song and everything, but I love playing this song. It's got such a great chord progression, and yeah, Wendy played it amazing. And I think
unique tuning, isn't it? Too.
It's close to open D, but not really. I think that there's some variations in there, but it is pretty unique. It's really a very the way she plays it is really it's syncopated, and it's I really find it fun to play and fun to sing too. And I do love that line too. We got high on travel and we got drunk on alcohol. Yeah, it's really fun.
That's one of
And,
my favorites too. I'm sorry, go ahead, Sue.
yeah, but the thing is that I know we mentioned before that Paz and I were at the Music Cares in Las Vegas, and he was so funny. He's like, he goes down there and goes, "Hey, do you know Sue Tierney's here? You know, to Wendy? Who the fuck does she doesn't know who the fuck I am?" And so I go up and I meet her. It was so great. And he goes, she goes, "What is he talking about?" And I go, "Well, I am the founder of the guitar archive at jonimitchell.com." And she goes, "Oh yeah, I've heard of that, but I got all the sheets from Joel, so that's where I got them." And I go, "Oh, it sounded amazing. She did all the tunings all night long, and did a fantastic job." And and I was, I mean, it didn't surprise me that she played a Strange Boy, because that is, I mean, first of all, it's an amazing, like, just like everything on Hejira, it was just, the emotions were nailed on that song too. And you mentioned before that there weren't a lot of people who covered it, but Seal covered it at 75, and he did a really fantastic job on it, and didn't change the pronouns and everything. It was really, really, I mean, it was very sexy.
Thank you, Seal.
Yeah. And yeah, so it was, I mean, I have to tell you, I've been talking to Jeremy about it. When I hear all my friends saying that they love Prince or they love some other artist, I go, "Shit, man, I haven't listened to a Prince album, oh shit, ever." Right? And I was completely embarrassed. So for the last 2 months, or a month since the Joni concert, I've been listening to all the Prince albums in order on my Apple.
And you listened to a couple of the Prince
In
Phonogenics.
order, good for you.
Yeah, and I did listen. Yeah, I listened to the Phonogenics too, and and right now I'm up to Controversy. Is that the name of it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm still in the early years. I haven't gotten to the Revolution stuff yet, but
Or as we say in England, controversy.
I was
Sue.
telling Jeremy that Dirty Mind was pretty interesting, but and there's this song on the album after that called "Do Me" or something like that.
Do Me Baby.
Yeah, that's so Barry White.
Which album is
Am I
Head
wrong?
On?
Am I wrong?
Dirty Mind, Chris.
Dirty Mind, yeah. So anyway, I'm enjoying that, and yeah.
Sue, they're a different kind of panel than us, aren't they? Every Phonogenics has a.
But they know their stuff. Yeah, it was very interesting. It's a great thing.
Yeah, his museum's been open for a little while too.
In Minneapolis.
I want to go. I want to
There
go.
is no Joni Museum. We are the Joni Museum. Hello.
All right, Jamie.
I just wanted to say that when they first started playing the song, I thought, because it went da 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 da, and I just thought, oh, it's Woodstock. Okay, right. And I just thought, oh, they're going to do Woodstock. And then they started with the lyric, because it has when she plays it on guitar, it sort of follows the same progression, sort of. I'm probably miles out, but when they started singing, I thought, oh wow, thank God, because it was beautiful, and it was like, oh my God, cool, yeah, really liking this. My other favorite Prince story of the night was when she turns up at a Prince gig, and Prince, knows that she's waiting backstage or whatever, and just watching from the wings, and he says, "Come on, Joni, I want you to sing on the Purple Rain." And she goes, "I don't know the words, I don't know the lyrics." And she goes, "Joni, it's just Purple Rain, Purple Rain." She can do that, I guess, But yeah, Wendy and Lisa just harmonizing. And then with Joni coming in, that must have been a kick for them. That must have been an absolute kick for them to do that. That's what you want to do as a musician, just sing that song. And it's not an easy song to sing, because it winds like the roads of America all over the place, and you just want to, you want to keep on that journey with the story, with the kind of skeleton melody that it has, and it's kind of go, yeah, let's do this. Well done.
I'm coining them the unsung heroes of the gorge, because I think they were, and I'm certain they picked that song, which I bet Joni was excited about. All right, Chris.
I think they really celebrated this song's cinematicness. I think they really helped to paint a consistent soundscape through it, and in doing so, really paid homage to Hejira and its very unique sound, in a way that was, familiar yet still fresh. I was really impressed with that. Now, with regard to the beginning of the song, and sort of, I think that there might have been a bit of problem with the soundboard in the arena that night. I think that, Jamie, I think we were sitting on the side. We were relatively close to the stacks on the left side of the stage. I think they had something panned incorrectly, and I think we were missing half the rhythm that set up the where those notes were, because you're right, they are very similar. I guess if you laid them on top of one another, they'd come awfully close to each other. But just in terms of missing where in the syncopated, where in the backbeat, they were placing it, would have cued us into the song earlier. That's why I think there was a problem with sound, which will be corrected, I'm sure, when they finally get around to producing this in what state or what format it's ever going to reach us at.
So I'm going to take a quick detour with the group here. Some of us had a little bit of a debate offline, and I'm going to introduce it to the whole group briefly. Would Prince, had he lived, attended the Joni Mitchell Gorge concert? We feel like he would have definitely hung out the Joni jams, but we're not sure if he would have gone to the Gorge. So does anyone from that discussion want to say anything in their thoughts? Because I think it's an interesting debate. Jahida.
You knew I would. You were like, does anybody?
Oh, does anybody?
First of all, I want to apologize because I'm always eating on this damn podcast. But I'm having apples, I swear. So I'm a little torn because Brian is convincing me that he wouldn't come, because I do agree. I think as with the other rumor that we heard, right, with
McCartney.
Mr. McCartney, or Sir, I should say, Sir Paul, coming, I feel like it would have detracted from the fact, because really, all three of them are legends, right? So they're just so huge that I think it was Joni's night, and I don't know that Prince also, as like Brian said, would have probably felt like this is something he should do, but I like to imagine that maybe because it's Joni and he was so crazy about Joni that he would have put that bit aside and, kind of came out and done something. Probably not. Maybe it's just my wishful thinking, because I love both of them so much. But I definitely feel like he would have been an observer.
Yeah.
And definitely gone to those Joni jams. He probably would have been, hanging, but not full on like doing something. And it actually, come to think of it, knowing him, he would have gone and just sat there, and everybody would have expected him to do something, and he would have never gone.
He would have just sat there with the sunglasses on.
He would have just sat there
like this.
And not actually done anything, and it would be like, so Prince came, but he didn't do anything.
Yeah, that's exactly what would have happened.
But
or he played like the paper mouth organ. Do you know what I mean? He would have just something bizarre.
And now Prince on flugelhorn?
Yeah.
But that's what the living room will do. That's what it's the equalizer. That's how she would have designed it. Now, I can't remember what I said in the last when we had this little conversation, but I think I might have said I'm going to if I'm making up revisionist history, please forgive me. That's how I feel tonight anyway. But I don't think that he probably would have attended the Brandy jams, but not for the reason you think. Not because A, he wouldn't have been invited, or B, he wouldn't have wanted to attend. He would fucking still be working and touring and doing his own shit, and he would not have the time to just go and hang with Joni at her house one night. I think the other thing though is, had he been here, and I don't know how Brian feels about him, and there's nobody else I would trust to be able to channel the mojo or the sort of the behind the scenes, subtext of the man's work. I think though that he would have attended the concert in the same way that Annie Lennox did, that shedding all kind of. Would he have been able to work it and market it a little bit in his own way for himself? Probably. He was good at that. So I think he would really honestly have been there. I do. I really do. I don't think he would have been to the Brandy jams, but I think he would have shown up for this show. He would have made sure he got an invitation too, if they didn't think to call him.
Ryan, do you care to rebuttal at all or mention anything about Wendy and Lisa, since you are in the Prince Club with some of us?
I would just, I can't see him like, it was Brandy's party more than it was, I mean, obviously we were all there for Joni or whatever, but it was kind of Brandy's thing. I don't think he would have rolled up on that. I mean, he'd be visiting Joni at her house and stuff and, hanging out and stuff. I don't know if he would have hung out in the Joni jam with all those up and comers, and I don't know. Maybe him and Shaka and Herbie would hang out.
I think Elton John would have showed up if he wasn't committed to the end of his tour.
Yeah, but that's a different dude.
I think he would fucking dig Solis though.
Yeah,
that's the one conflict that I think he would be there, in the audience at least, just because of how, assuming he wasn't got some other commitment, just because of how big of a fan that he is. The fact that Wendy and Lisa were performing, I think, also would kind of make him want to be there. I wouldn't be surprised if he had showed up for like some grand finale, because he's been known to do that, where he comes out and joins the crowd for one last song or whatever.
Right.
So, yeah, it obviously it's all speculation, but I think he would have been at the Gorge regardless whether he ever stepped on stage.
I like the coolness of your interpretation of that. I'd buy that. Yeah.
All right. Well, we are going from one Joni cover to another. We are moving back to her first album. What are they called? Lucius? Those two girls with the hair?
Yeah.
They did a version of Cactus Tree. I thought it was good, but it didn't change my life. Jahida has a lovely cactus tree tattoo, which I love.
Jess and Holly, by the way.
Jess and Holly. They did some really great background vocal parts. Yeah, I thought Cactus Tree was fine. It didn't change my life.
I thought it was kind of the surprise of the night for me, as far as the covers go. I thought this was a really beautiful cover. I first saw Lucius singing background for Roger Waters. They did the Great Gig in the Sky thing. So I've been sort of familiar with him for a while. But yeah, I thought it was a very, very pretty, beautiful harmonies. I was very pleasantly surprised with this version.
I felt like there was parts where they were a little off pitch, if I remember right. And I may be the only one that thinks that, but it sounded like a little pitchy to me in some points. Sue, I'm raining on everyone's parade. Sorry.
I liked it. I mean, I think that one of the things is I was surprised that they picked this song, because hardly anybody ever plays this song anymore, and it's one of her best songs, I think. I
I love this song. They mentioned before they played it that they were asked to do it, and then we listened to it and we said, "Oh yeah, we like this song." So it was kind of weird that they were like kind of admitting that we've never heard this song before we were asked to play it. But I thought it was a gorgeous version, but
Yeah,
that
it
was
pretty.
that took me out a little bit.
Yeah, and you know, it's so funny because a couple months ago, I do this thing where I play in the same tuning for like a month. And about 2 months, 3 months ago, I was in open D, and I just played this song over and over and over and over again, because one of the things that's really hard about it is Joni's finger picking style on this song is just masterful. It's just so beautiful. And as much as I try, you know, I only get so far with that.
It's a really hard syncopation. It's really hard.
But it's incredible,
And
incredible.
it just fits so right into the zeitgeist of its time too.
Yeah.
Its pastiche is so incredibly authentic. It's scary.
And I don't know if any of you remember the old tape trees, you know, from JMDL. And, you know, we got to hear the cafe versions of this song. And she actually got up on stage and said, the other day I was thinking about Bob Dylan, and he told me that he said, and I don't know if she had met him at that point, but he said that he takes different, like he'll write verses and he'll throw them somewhere, and then he'll take them back and like make a song out of them from different verses from different songs. So I thought I would do that. So I wrote this song yesterday, you know, and I call it "She's So Busy Being Free." And then she played it, and you know, it's like fucking drop dead perfect.
Wow.
You know. And so as far as I'm concerned, like there's a lot of, you know, there's so many great songs in her portfolio, of course, but this is in my top 10, this song.
It is a great song.
So incredibly written, and and it doesn't really sound like Bob Dylan, does it?
No. I feel like I'm underselling. Like, this was a really good version of the song, but for me at this concert, there were like some moments that were like the best moments of my entire fucking life. Like Wendy and Lisa coming from the cold night right home. So their version of Cactus Tree, it was great. But I think there was such huge moments for me that even like things that are great, like even when I was talking about Help Me, I'm like, it was good, but you know, we're stacking up against some of the best 3 and 4 minutes of my entire lifetime. All right, Jamie.
It was one of those songs where, I mean, what they do with it is, I mean, they follow pretty closely the arrangements of the harmonies as well, of the Song to a Seagull original, but it's just so nice to be able to hear it, kind of an almost modern version of a 1960s song. Do you know what I mean? But done with super sharp production and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, and yeah, exactly. I'm waffling now because I want to waffle. It's one of those songs where it does sound like Dylan in that it goes up, it plateaus, and then it comes down. Like all his verses do that. This is probably the only one of Joni's songs that does that. In terms of like their structure. So I can see why.
And the way the stanzas go too.
Yeah.
A lot like him. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. You know. I don't think he could have made a tune as pretty as that, but or actually he might have done, and somebody else would have sung it for him. But this was one of the songs where you just kind of went in the gig where you go, oh, now I can breathe.
Yeah.
Now I can breathe a little and not feel so like jazzed up about the next revelation that's going to happen.
Right.
You know, this was
Except
just kind
the
of
next song is like heart wrenching.
yeah. So this was like, yeah, this is the kind of like the 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 sort of calm before the kind of like drop of blue and who's performing it and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, this was it astounds me that they were asked to do this for the gig, like, and what they do to it, what they do with it is pretty close and pretty spot on. You know, I loved that they took it and not to say made it theirs, but they certainly harmonized like beautifully. And I just love people singing harmony. I'm a big harmony fan. I'm out.
I feel like I'm the outlier here because to me it was just kind of like a good karaoke version of it, honestly. And when I remember thinking this when they played it, I feel like they Helen Terry'd it, which is such an obscure reference. Does anyone here even get that? Because Helen Terry was Culture Club's backup singer. She was such a great backup singer, like these powerhouse vocals. But when she went solo, like she just didn't have the oomph. And I just didn't think they had the oomph that they promised to have when they're doing these killer harmonies, like in the background vocals. So for me,
Sorry, I thought you meant Helen Reddy. I was really confused.
remember does anyone remember Helen Terry from In the Church of the Poison Man? She wailed on those. Then her solo album came out. I was like, eh. So I felt like it was a nice karaoke version of Cactus Tree. That's how I felt about that one. Oh,
I just realized I was way off. I thought for some reason that next was.
I know.
Yeah, I was way off. I thought for next was like our, BSN.
Well, does anyone have anything else they want to say about Cactus Tree? Because next we have Mumford coming to the stage. I feel like we slaughtered his ass last podcast. Do we even have anything more to say? Does anything else even have to be said? I'd sleep with him. I'm just gonna say that again. So if he's looking for a gay musician to give him a good time, I live in Tampa, but I never want to hear him sing again. Okay, we have Chris and Jamie.
I'm just going to say something about Mumford. He gets to hang and sitting in the table. He's into the party, and hey, he's got the experience. And you know what? People were a little upset about him feeling that he was disrespectful. I think he was maybe disrespectful to us more than to Joni because he's hung with her. He's an invited guest. He's easy. He's hung with Joni. It's the wrong text.
Listen, give me 5 minutes. He'll be singing Florida instead of California. I'll tell you that much right now.
Oh God. Anyway, he's the guest. We're not.
Okay, Jamie and then Jack.
I mean, in defense of Mumford, his solo album is beautiful. I'm not a big fan of Mumford and the rest of the Sons, because somebody said last week the music is kind of simple, and I'm kind of going, well, it's pub music. And
what did Allison say? It's simple music for simple people.
But it's sing along music, and he comes from a church choir family, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember, but the solo album is beautiful. So I'm on board for that.
I thought his solo performance he opened for Brandy Carlisle the night before was terrific. He was forged flat on, straight ahead. I couldn't tell he was from a band or that he knew what being in a band even means. The guy he held his own. He did. He really did, guys.
All right, Jack.
Oh no, I was just going to say, sorry.
Okay,
yes, I would certainly love to be in the presence of Marcus Mumford. I know that he's British and probably married, but that's fine. If there's a
we can form a band, Mumford and Daddies, instead of Mumford and Sons.
Mumford and Dads.
Yeah. Jack.
Yeah, I just also wanted to come to Mumford's defense. My first exposure to him was actually there's a concert film tied to the Llewyn Davis or whatever that movie was a couple of years ago, Another Day, Another Night or whatever. And it was my first exposure to the Milk Carton Kids, and they're playing a song backstage. And Mumford's actually like weeping, listening to them perform. And I was almost having the same reaction. Like I said, I had never heard of the Milk Carton Kids before. And I thought it was a very beautiful, moving performance. And so I kind of like Mumford from that. It's like the fact that he recognized this and had the same kind of reaction to the music that I did. I thought he was kind of a cool, genuine guy. Anyway.
Well, it's official then. We have a new lexicon for our language. It's the Mulf. The Mumford you'd like to fuck. That's what we have here.
I'll Malse, I'll do it all. Okay. Any other thoughts on California? Was this the one where he changed the gender, or was that Carrie? So there was a gender change. I'm like, oh girl. I guess 2023. Let's just keep the lyrics.
I think it's
this one. All right. Well, we are moving on to another cover. Sarah McLachlan. She steps up to the piano. She didn't come up front like Annie did. I felt this was a very beautiful version of Blue. I do have to say she got the last line wrong. She said, "This is my song for me." And she's probably mortified. Poor Sarah is probably mortified that she did that.
She definitely was.
Yeah, she had that look on her face, but of course we forgive her. She did a beautiful version. I'm not a huge fan of hers, but hearing her voice in that Gorge auditorium, she filled up the Gorge, and it was a really, it didn't deviate that much from the Joni version, in my opinion, but it also did not feel like karaoke to me at all. Like, she definitely embodied the emotion. I thought it was beautiful. So,
and she was playing the piano.
Yeah, she played the piano.
Singing along together. I can't walk and chew gum at the same time like that.
Right.
That is such a hard song to time and to position properly. Jahida can probably speak to that, and Sue, and Laura. I think women in particular can really speak to singing this song, because one expects to hear their voices do what it is she does, and the rest of us have to sort of fumble with whatever God.
Sadly, it doesn't.
And Sarah played the piano flawlessly. Like, were there a lot of like solo performances? There's a lot of ensemble stuff. So she was just up there with the piano and just her. So I thought that was pretty, she must have been, her nerves must have been a wreck in front of fucking Joni Mitchell singing Blue.
And the position of the piano was seemed to be pushed all the way back too, where you could barely see who was behind the keyboard. Yeah. Is that the way it was from the front of the house?
Yeah, I can only see her in the video. I didn't see her playing.
That's crazy given where you were sitting. Yeah, that's crazy.
Okay, Sue, then Jahida.
I adore Sarah McLachlan. I was obsessed with her in the 90s, and I remember going to Toronto to visit Pat and Ann, because Sarah McLachlan was playing at Massey Hall, and they had never heard her before. I was shocked at that. Canadians, come on! But anyway, that concert was so beautiful. She had just put out the last album. I can't remember the name of it, but it had a lot of great songs on it. And she was
What year? You said it was in the 90s?
Huh?
Was the concert in the 90s?
No, it was only like maybe 5 or 6 years ago. So she had an album out, and it was really good. I got it, and I burned it out, But her voice, I mean, it's like almost seeing an opera singer in a way. Her voice is so gorgeous, and her songs are beautiful too. I mean, some people think she's all right, but I don't know. There was something about the way that she sang that I got her double kind of a greatest hit CD. It just covered a lot of her, like from her first albums to her newer albums. And I just played the whole thing over and over again. I loved it. And she did a really great job here. It was sad that she wasn't up front, though, you know? I like to see people at the piano, you know?
Right.
I mean, she had a grand piano at Massey Hall, and she was right in the front, and you know, she did she's really great. She's an incredible musician, songwriter.
I want to say like her and Annie Lennox's body language as the background singers was such a testament to. You could just tell they're good people. Like they're just humble, just chilling, and it was a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, it was cool.
It kind of made me like her. Like I kind of fell in love with her a little bit. I'm like, oh, you're cool. All right, we have Jahida, then Laura.
Sue, was it Mirrorball? Nope, you're muted.
I'll look it up on the web and see.
Okay. Well, like Sue, I mean, in the 90s, I was discovering Sarah, or excuse me, discovering Joni, but Sarah was my girl. Like, I was beyond obsessed. I don't know. I think it's because, you know, you're a teenager, and I fancied myself some sort of moody teenager. And as much as, you know, I find Joni's words, when I really sat down and listened to them, to be ageless, at this time of my life, Sarah was just like speaking to me, man. And her music was so beautiful. It wasn't like, I mean, it was experimental, but in some parts, but for the majority, it was just so lush and so beautiful. And she had this ethereal voice, you know, that was just like, oh my God, she can't sing anything wrong. Oh, Shine On. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, kind of fitting, I guess. But I agree. I think it was unfortunate that she was kind of put in this like back corner to play Blue, you know, and I love the fact that she was able to be like, all right, I'm going to go and play this on the piano. And I heard the recording, and in the beginning, you know, she had a little bit of off notes, but at the same time, it wasn't jarring. And then it was right before she like started singing, and all of a sudden she started singing. It was like, oh, well, what? She just played wrong notes? I don't know. She just has such a angelic voice, you know, and it's funny to me because I feel like this song for Joni, even though Joni has, you know, at that younger age has kind of an angelic, ethereal tone to her, this song specifically has such a kind of down and the dirty side of that time to it, you know, especially the lines where she goes, you know, acid, booze, and ass, needles, guns, and grass, lots of laughs. You know, it's like, it's that juxtaposition of, are we at this generation, you know, moving too fast without realizing what we're doing? And like I said, it's such a juxtaposition to the beauty that is Sarah McLachlan's voice, you know. But I've noticed, because I was a fan of her, that she tends to do this, because she also did a phenomenal, and if you have not gotten a chance to hear it, I recommend it. She has done a phenomenal cover of Ecstasy's Dear God. And it's just so good. So she really seems to, you know, in addition to being a Canadian and loving Joni, she seems to really just like these songs that kind of turn you on your ear a little bit. And I think she is self-aware of the fact that she has this kind of voice that you're not expecting these kinds of songs to come out for. I know that she's also a huge Kate Bush fan, so that might also be part of it, you know. But I will say that I do agree. I wish she was front and center. I'd seen her a couple of times performing, and being able to see her connection to the piano while she's playing, like her body's connection to the piano is important just as much as Tori Amos. I mean, could you imagine going to a Tori Amos concert and not being able to see Tori's body moving to the piano?
That'd be ridiculous.
Like, exactly. And that's kind of how I feel with Sarah. Like, it's obviously she's not, you know, for all intents and purposes, like fucking the piano like Tori does.
You know, you just reduced Kevin to a puddle. Well, hi, Kevin. Okay, sorry about that.
But she did, like, I love him. She does have this very, you know, strong connection. It's her instrument by far. And, you know, obviously her voices, but you know what I mean? I felt bad for her when she cringed at the end because she knew exactly what she did. And I saw it, and I'm sure she was like, you know, like in her head, you know, because everyone heard and she knows. Like, if she had done that in her concert, maybe most people wouldn't have caught it, you know, but she's like, I'm literally here with Joni singing it in front of Joni, but also my peers who are as obsessed with her as I am, and a whole audience full of people.
It was Joni Mitchell Mecca.
Yes. So I'm sure, like, she was probably like laying in bed that night just being like, why the fuck did I mess up? Why did I mess up? Why did I mess up? You know, but I'm putting it out there to say, you know what? It made her and Annie Lennox, like their whole, you know, as we said, like their whole vibe just was so genuine.
Yep. And warm.
And warm. And it was, you know, I know any Joni fan that was there have forgiven her immediately because she's one of us, you know. And so I just say brava, Sarah McLachlan. You, like, there is a reason why so many people think that you are part of that echelon of, you know, musicians, and don't feel so bad. We all fuck up.
And when she opened her mouth, like a lot of singers I like their voice changes through the decades. Joni, of course. But when Sarah hit that first note, I'm like, that's the voice I remember from 1998. Like, her voice sounded exactly the same to me, untarnished as it always has.
That shows how well she takes care of herself, too.
All right, we have Laura, Jack, and then Chris.
Well, I love Sarah McLachlan too, and I'm probably a deficient fan. I don't think I've heard as many of her albums and things as y'all have, but I think she was perfect for singing the song Blue. You know, it was just, it took it to another level. And you know, I don't know what I was Googling a long time ago. Well, not that long ago, but with Sarah McLachlan, because I love Sarah McLachlan. And then the song Angel came up and she was singing it with Brandy Carlisle. And you should see the YouTube video, because Brandy's reaction when Sarah starts singing was just right on. You know, it was just, she really, really loves Sarah McLachlan's voice. You know, she was like, just so blown away by it. And in the video of them singing Angel, you know, and Brandy is really good. So the mistake, you know, I had forgotten about it. Didn't really matter to me. I mean, I was like, wow, that's Sarah McLachlan. And I also think that it's neat that she's sort of from one of the smaller provinces, you know, Nova Scotia. And you know, I think it's kind of cool that she's from a land where they try to get people to come there, you know, so there's not that many people there. And to have somebody like her. It's so sort of characteristic of Canada to produce these great singers from these really small, towns that are kind of obscure. After the concert, I went up to the Sunshine Coast with my son Peter because I wanted him to see it. And I was in a little shop, and it had Joni's, several of Joni's things in the shop for sale. And these shops are kind of funny because it's like in the middle of nowhere. Joni picked this incredibly beautiful place in the middle of nowhere, and it's kind of like, but yet it's everywhere. It's the perfect place. But anyway, I saw the sort of the splendor of Canada again, up in that area, because most of us, I guess, have been there for the reunion. And anyway, it's kind of a hidden area. So anyway, in the shop, they had local musicians, a box of local musicians. Joni wasn't in there, but Terry Jacks was. Do y'all remember Terry Jacks? Seasons.
We had joy. We had fun.
Yeah, there you go. That guy. So I had forgotten I got his. I bought his CD, and I forgot I got it out of the box that said locals. So I was at the cash register, and the lady said, "Oh yeah, Terry lives up here." And so anyway, another remote area that Joni picked to live, and all of this talent. I would love to see her house. Supposedly her house up there has a lot of her paintings. It's almost like a museum. At least that's what the Cagrassi family people said to us last time we were up there. So anyway, so a long way from Sarah McLachlan to the other coast, Nova Scotia to British Columbia. But anyway, love Sarah McLachlan, love Blue.
All right, Jack.
So I guess first I want to say how really sad I am for all the people who were on the sides and weren't able to see the performance. That's really a tragedy. When I bought my ticket, I think I mentioned last time, the first time I saw Joni was from the 9th row at Red Rocks, Colorado. So when I was looking at the tickets and I saw there was an aisle seat in the center in the 9th row, I decided that's the one I should buy. And I was happily able to see actually every performer except for the piano player. So I was not able to see Sarah McLachlan play this beautiful version, but I was able to see virtually everything else extremely well. It's weird. I don't know. I can't imagine how disappointing it must have been for those on the sides or even up close that couldn't see the whole stage. The other point I want to make with regards to the error, where she said, "This is the song for me." Isn't that how we all feel? Like when we listen to Joni's music, like she wrote this for me. I think it was just a Freudian slip. It's like we all feel this. She just said it out loud. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
All right, Chris.
When I was getting ready to buy a piano, I sort of felt like I had to try out every piano. And I've learned that there are different pianos that have really, really different sound and touch. And I wound up playing some pianos that kind of haunted me, that might have been out of my budget or whatever. But, you find your way to an instrument. Sarah McLachlan's voice could easily be described by how I heard certain instruments, written up and what to expect when I would play or listen to this particular instrument being played. And they're very descriptive and they're very interesting in how they're written. Anyway, I could swear that I probably did read at least one that kind of probably adequately had the right adjectives to describe the sort of burnished warmth that is her voice. She sings in such really perfect straight lines. The only other person that I can think of who does it kind of as well, but in her own idiom, is Alison Krauss. And I think that there's a real talent and technique involved in doing that is kind of lost in most singers today. So for me, it really was important for somebody to kind of be able to strip down the songs, and the fact that if they did request that she do blue or that she somehow found her way to it, I couldn't have thought of a better fit for her talent in this show. I really think it was a beautiful and wonderfully considered homage.
All right. Any other thoughts on Blue before we move on? All right.
I have some more songs I would love Sarah McLachlan to sing, but I'll keep those for another combo.
I want to hear her sing My Secret Place. You know I love those chalk mark songs. All right.
I was afraid she'd do River.
Oh,
and I was very happy to hear her do Blue.
Does anyone remember how salty I got in the van? Because I shouldn't talk shit, but what? Who cares anymore? This person I know is like, I'm going to post a cover of me doing Joni Mitchell. Of course it was fucking River. Like, for God's sakes, let it rest. All right, moving on.
Oh shit!
Why do it wasn't anybody that you guys know? It was someone from my past. So I'm not talking bad about any of our own.
Right, I do now remember.
Remember that? I'm like, because like some people you're like, of course they did. So anyway, moving
you two
on.
know too much about each other.
Do a cover of like Chinese Cafe, then we can talk. All right. Why do fools fall in love? I kind of put this, like Chris said, in the same category as the Love Potion number 9, a song that Joni loved. I prefer the Shadows and Light version that it's faster. They did it a little bit slower than the Shadows and Light version. I almost feel like Brandy isn't aware that there's a Shadow and Light version because this version was totally like oldies, Busch Gardens, rock and roll jukebox version. And I just thought it was kind of boring. So
even if you're Lucius, you don't become the Persuasions overnight. Right. There's no way. So I don't think it's possible to even compare what they thought they could really bring to it. It was at this point, this was just have some fun, guys. Relax, loosen up, maybe even wiggle around in your seat if you like what you're hearing, you know what I mean? If you like the beat, give it a 10 and, and then move on to something else.
I felt like it was a really tepid version. I felt like it was the kind of version that people would clap on 1 and 3 too.
I mean,
I was
singing to it because it just felt like this is a song that the audience will all get into. Do you know what I mean? It was like, it was a good fun moment, but yeah, beyond that, it's just like, we've seen the big fun version, but the whole Tim Hardin story, which led up to it, I think, was either preceded or was after it. Like, oh god, we've heard this one.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, it's like it's
That's
nice
the
to
story with the wolves, right?
And the fishing,
right,
and the fly fishing, and all that kind of stuff, and the wolves, and I mean, I've read the story because she tells a journalist, and
I'm sorry. Were there 4 anecdotes that led up to this song? Were there really 4 stories?
I can't remember.
She's like,
there was Hardin, there was the Persuasions, there was the wolves.
It's this hotel. It's all this hotel.
Yeah, it's a crazy hotel.
Yeah.
She's like, he was a great person, but he was a junkie.
I did like how the audience started howling, though. That was great.
Yeah, that was, and that I feel like that could carry on to other Joni concerts if God willing, there's more. All right.
I would hope. I wonder if there's any way to cause a spike on Apple Music or something for downloads of The Wolf That Lives in Lindsay out of this show somehow. I mean, wouldn't it be amazing if like suddenly we started hearing that sampled in songs, little snatches of that twanging guitar, and the harmonics. Jesus Christ, I would love to hear something like that. Hello, Brian. How are you?
I bet Lindsay got more downloads after the show than Rick Whitfield did. Okay. Does anyone else have anything to say about Why Do Fools Fall in Love? All right. Well, we have made it to our first performance of the evening. Jamie, did you want to? I feel like I should perform before we talk about the song, but do you want me to pause and let you get set up for a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll be cool.
We're going to pause for a second. All right, friends. Well, we have a special treat tonight, and the universe aligned to make this happen because Jamie couldn't make it last week because of scheduling, but we had a part 2 for the podcast. So I'd like to present to you our friend Zuby, who's going to do a version of Shine. Take it away.
Thank you. Let your little light shine. Let your little light shine, shine. Shine on Vegas and Wall Street. Place your bets. Shine on all the fishermen with nothing in their nets. Shine on rising oceans and evaporating seas. Shine on all our Frankenstein technologies. Shine on science with its tunnel vision. Shine on fertile farmlands buried under subdivisions. Oh, let your little light shine. Oh, let your little light shine, shine. Shine on the dazzling darkness that restores us in deep sleep. Shine on what we throw away and what we keep. Shine on Reverend Pearson, who threw away the vain old god and kept Dickens and Rembrandt and Beethoven in fresh plowed sod. Shine on good earth, good air, good water, and a safe place for kids to play. Shine on bombs exploding half a mile away. Oh, let your little light shine. Oh, let your little light shine, shine. Shine on worldwide traffic jams, honking day and night. Shine on another asshole passing on the right. Shine on all the red light runners busy talking on their cell phones. Shine on the Catholic Church and the prisons that it owns. Shine on all the churches they all love less and less. Shine on a hopeful girl in a dreamy dress. Oh, let your little light shine. Let your little light shine. Shine on good humor. Shine on goodwill. Shine on lousy leadership, license to kill. Shine on dying soldiers in patriotic pain. Shine on mass destruction in some God's name. Shine on the pioneers, those seekers of mental health, craving simplicity. They traveled inwards, past themselves. Let their little lights shine. May all their little lights shine.
Yay! Hold on.
Thank you. Thank you. Ooh. Stop sharing.
To
Stop
be like the concert, we all have to put our cell phones.
Yeah.
Come on, everybody on the podcast. All right. That was beautiful, Jamie.
Thank you.
Oh.
We're doing that echo thing again.
I think you still do. You have your
No.
I gotta take
Share
my
sound
off. Hold on. I gotta take my music sound off.
There we go.
Okay. Well, this was a very emotional moment for the concert. We all brought out our cell phones because that's what we did in the concert, and I'm sure it was just magical for everybody. We couldn't even put it into words to look around that gorge auditorium in the middle of butt fuck nowhere, listening to Joni Mitchell sing "Shine" with all the lights, and of course the famous quote. She said it looked like a fallen constellation. Joni Mitchell didn't realize it was cell phones. It's been that long since she's been on the stage. Certainly one of the best moments of my life. Breathtaking, looking around that auditorium. I always loved the album Shine, which I feel like that was a little bit of a controversial podcast, but I love that album. And I love that song has become one of her centerpieces in recent years. And I think that kind of became her and Brandy's song. I feel a little bit. Brandy said that's her favorite Joni song. And that kind of, that's, I'm like, okay, you're kind of cool. At least it's not River. All right.
I want all the churches to do the gospel version of this song.
Oh
you
yeah.
know.
Oh yeah.
That'd be
All right.
cool.
Chris, and then Jahida.
Well, first, Jamie, that was really absolutely beautiful. Tremendously paced and built, and you put a lot of thought into how to draw an arc within that song, and you really delivered. It really was fine. Thank you very much. I had no idea that really the voice could be used on that. It makes me feel better that it is kind of like a little bed thing that Dave and I put together, but it really does work to support interpretation. And thank you for proving that with that performance.
No, thank you. Without it, I would have been. I don't know. I offered to sing it, and I thought, oh, I suppose I need backing, don't I? And yes, thank you for you and Dave for doing it, because that was great.
Who did the backing on that? That was beautiful.
That was Dave and me. I was on the keyboard, and he was on the acoustic guitar.
The same one we used in England, right?
It was the same one we got ready for England, where we all had taken our turns, sort of everybody taking a line. We are the world kind of style. It's very interesting though to start to get a sense now of this piece, because I think we've seen it. We've seen it done it even in tribute for her before, where people have shared the song. And Brandy's done it. I think she did it once by herself. Or did she also have vocal help for a couple of lines on the version she did it in Washington?
I think Lucius was
right.
part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Lucius always backs her, but
right.
she was the lead.
Right. Well,
Chris, remember, Joni's Canadian, so it would have been the Tears Are Not Enough version, not the We Are the World version.
Well, this is true. Yeah, it was a great experience to be in that amphitheater when they lit all of the cell phones. Now I have to ask though, this is a phenomenon that is not new to concert goers. We see people do this at arena shows everywhere. I'm sure it happens at the Gorge. I can't remember if it happened the night before. It probably did for Brandy, but the fact that what made it so special was the fact that basically the superhuman in the building didn't know this. The superhero, the archetype, the deity in the space did not know this. And the delight it seemed to bring her naively was the most beautiful moment of awakening that I have seen an adult transfer in my life. It was really spectacular. And it seems like such a trite little thing. Oh, the old lady didn't know that there were, flashlights and cell phones. No, but she didn't know that they could be directed in a gesture of love toward her. And that's the difference. That's the whole fucking difference of what that moment meant.
Also, she hates cell phones, so she probably keeps losing the one that I think Herbie Hancock keeps giving her one. Cell phone, I mean. So she's probably like, oh, it has a use as well.
And then for her to just come up with a fallen constellation phrase, I mean,
what's a poet? How can you stop being a poet? You cannot stop being a poet.
The best screenwriter in the world couldn't have come up with that line.
With your last.
I've always said she's.
Oh, go ahead.
I've always said she speaks in poetry, and that was just one of those moments where it just effortlessly fall. Yeah, that moment crushed me.
Yeah, and then we kind of co-opted it, like, we're the fallen constellation. So I guess this podcast is a fragment of the fallen constellation. All right, Chris, did you have anything else? Otherwise, we have Jahida next. All right.
Well, I was gonna say, like, for her to see the beauty in something that to us is so, like, trite, right? Like, I'm gonna take my phone and I'm gonna put it up, you know what I mean? But like the fact that she saw it and it was, and I mean, I can only imagine at a venue like the Gorge, instead of just something, but just to see it and say something that poetic, like who but Joni, would take something and do that. But anyway, I loved what and I've said this before, but I loved what Brandy did with this song. And the Gershwin thing is like, she really, I think it was a little extra at the Gershwin because she was standing up and she was being videoed and all that, and I felt like her performance was really deep into it. But I mean, I feel like just like Jamie, she really felt every word, and got it across. I mean, we could say this about a lot of songs, but to sing a long song with a lot of words, it could, be very easy to just kind of tune out what's happening.
To use a catchphrase, she wasn't giving up her shot that night. You were right. You're right, Jahida.
And I think, the mark of a good singer's how well can you tell the story, right? And I really truly, I think giving weight to those words and weaving them together is something that she did very well at the Gershwin. I wish she would have been able to kind of let go like she did then at the Gorge, but I mean, it was a little more of a relaxed atmosphere, so I understand why not. But bravo, Jamie, really really nice. I love how like you had that jazz sensibility of back phrasing, where you just kind of let those notes really linger into the next phrase, but then kind of let the space sit and then said it. And it was really beautiful.
I listen to a lot of Esperanza. It's,
Esperanza Spalding, she's amazing.
Jahida Esperanza.
Oh, I was like, yeah, Esperanza Spalding, she's really good at that. Well, you are too sweet. No, I mean, I really, I agree with Brandy that this is, to me, one of the best songs on Shine. It's very fitting that's the title track. It's not my favorite song on Shine. We'll talk a little bit about that later. But it is an amazing song. And really, like she said, so beforehand, before they started singing, they were talking about how Joni is kind of, very prescient. And she sort of writes these songs that even when she has written them, they mean a lot. But then it's just one of those things where you're just like, later on you listen, you're like, oh my God, like she could see the future, So I called her Joan Stradamus. But but this song is just like, how well does she really like succinctly sort of talk about the state of our world, and so I guess the story was, because I happened to be there at the Gershwin Prize, they talked about how Brandy had this thing where she was like, well, naturally, that line where she cursed, another asshole passing on the right. She's like, naturally, I just pointed to my right. And she goes, and all of a sudden I realized who was sitting to my right. And I screamed out Kevin McCarthy, because
I meant to ask you if that was you who screamed, because it sounded like you and you were there. So, and Joni was like, how did you know it was Kevin McCarthy?
And I'm
like, because she was there.
Yeah. And I kind of,
all right, mystery solved.
I kind of want to be like, because I was there. But then I was like, well, this isn't really the kind of forum where we're having a back and forth discussion, right? So but at the same time, I thought that was really funny, because I didn't even think about it. when she said it, I was just like, Kevin McCarthy, duh, and but I'm Hispanic, I'm loud. So but I thought it was just really funny how they were like hearing Joni being like, how did they know? Just hearing her little voice. And part of me is like, well, I mean, obviously I was there, but at the same time, like, obviously, because he's a freaking asshole.
You gave Brandy a flashback, I'll bet. Oh my God.
God, I really wish that there were so many things that happened in that for that whole concert that I really wish they would have showed. But anyway, I just thought there was so much about the whole thing that I think, like you were saying with Wolf That Lives in Lindsay and things like that, Jeremy, is that there are going to be a lot of people, even Joni fans, who really kind of overlooked that album and that song, who are probably going back now and being like, oh, damn, like I missed out, because it's one of those things that gets passed over for the hits. But damn, if she had released that, earlier on, it would be a hit, and so I hope there's a resurgence for that albums and those songs in particular, the really, really strong ones.
It's just got a message again of referencing privilege that is so of the moment right now. It's an important song. It really is, and it's not getting any less relevant, certainly.
All right. Well, I definitely feel Joni songs are the gift that keep on giving, like you said, Jahida. One thing I will say, though, I've been to a lot of concerts. The cell phone thing was a little different for me at the Gorge because it was so dark around the whole venue. You know what I mean? There was no light anywhere. So I feel like the impact of the cell phones was a little stronger than some other concerts I've been at. And one final thing I want to mention before I call on everybody. Another funny thing Brandy says how PBS wanted her to censor out the asshole line, and she's like, my boss is Joni Mitchell. How can I do that? But when Brandy and Joni sing that line, they put a little extra oomph behind it. So I thought that was cute. All right, we got Sue, Jamie, and then Jack.
Yeah, I remember in the JMDL we used to call her Our Lady of Duality. And so one of the things about that is that it's so spiritual to take the negative and then take the positive, then go to the negative, and that song does it so perfectly to say, there's always the light and the dark. And in spirituality, it all becomes one, and resolves itself, it's just so amazing. And it's always been the way she's written, I mean, and to get pissed off at the churches too, right in the middle of it, is so awesome. It's just like, oh my God, she's so awesome. And, towards the ending of the concert, all these, like the blue, then, shine, and then, all the different things and the conversations and everything. It was just otherworldly to me. I was just over the moon.
Absolutely.
It was just a perfect night, in so many different ways. And being with all my friends, and then being with all these other people. And Jeremy and I talked about it. We would bump into people all the time as we were walking around, and they were all fanatical Joni fans, and it was just so amazing. And this song was perfect for it. Yeah, Shine's a great album. That's all I got.
All right, Jamie.
I wanted to talk about just go back to what Jahida was saying about how Brandy didn't quite sing out as much as she did on this version than she did on the Gershwin, but she was singing with Joni Mitchell, and that's not a reverence thing, but the harmonies on the song that they do is unbelievable. I do not know. I mean, I wish I could harmonize, for full stop, but I wish I could, and to be that tight with Joni, and Joni's like singing her arse off as well. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's amazing. I go back to it and kind of go, it's a lesson in harmonizing, basically, because you can hear them. You can really hear them, and it's so clear and it's so beautiful and it's so yeah, there's a word, I can't think of it. It's just
Harmonious?
it's just so kind of like, it's two people having a conversation, you know, together, and that's the thing. Yeah, it did inspire one of my, the fallen constellation moment. I have a video on my Instagram, where I take a video of the shine moment, and I'd look around and I start videoing, and all you can hear me say is fucking hell. And my friend, she says, that's such polite swearing. Because it's, I mean, sitting at the bottom of the cup, as it were, and looking at the wall of the cup being lit up quite like that was just astounding, you know. And yeah, one of the best moments of the gig. Thank you.
Hey, Jack.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there were a lot of moments that night that were like worth the price of admission. But to me, this was just like pure Joni magic. And
sorry, I'm still not sure.
And turning around and looking at the lights and hearing Joni talk about it, to me, it was just like a really special moment. And if I can get a little snarky here for a minute,
Please do.
On this podcast, how dare you?
Everybody clutches. Everybody's reaching for their pearls.
This is the moment in the concert where I thought, all these people who thought, I saw Joni in her prime, I don't need to go to this show. She's not what she used to be. This was Joni's fuck you to all those people, because to me, this was just a magical, beautiful, unbelievable moment. A
career highlight for sure.
Yeah, really fantastic.
And definitely not from the hits jukebox, for fuck's sake. Like she stole the show with Shine. All right. One thing to mention really quick is Joni got more into the storytelling. It was cute how she kind of does that impulsive like giggle a lot. Brandy's like, Joni, you've written the best song of all time. At Casey, Joni's like, so that was kind of like.
I really appreciated the way she just kind of laughed at it. This one.
It was interesting because one review
this whole thing.
Yeah, this.
Okay, so.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to sing it and I'm going to kill it. But yeah.
Did you guys remember that little video she did at 50th anniversary of Blue?
Oh, yeah.
She did that giggle like a couple times, and then she goes, I'm happy people finally get it.
Because it was interesting because with Joni, something that one review said that I did kind of agree with a little bit is it was hard to tell how the show was affecting Joni. Because we were all there crying and she was just kind of like chilling, giggling. And I couldn't really tell how much of an impact it was having on her.
That kind of made me more emotional. Just seeing her just being so regal, happy and in the moment and just appreciating it all. And,
it was interesting.
Feeding. Yeah.
Because I've never kind of experienced that before with someone on stage. It was a different kind of experience with an artist on stage.
She seemed really happy to me. I don't know. Just absolutely reveling in the moment.
Right.
Well, reports from British Columbia support that they were on high
for sure.
They might still be.
And I love that she felt so much joy. So I guess maybe I'm going to retract my statement and say like it was an interesting dichotomy because on stage Joni was feeling so much joy, and in the audience like we're just devastated because we have so much trauma that this is all pulling up, and so much of our lives have been based around Joni Mitchell or pivotal things that happened. We were listening to Joni Mitchell, so this is like our heaviest moment, this is probably those are some of the heaviest moments of my life. Listening to Joni sing those songs, and then probably like her most elated moments. So it was like probably something I'll never replicate at a concert again to that extreme. So it was interesting, awesome. Like it was just great. All right. Any other final thoughts on Shine, Jahida?
I would say a concert where I felt that roller coaster of emotions was actually Jacob Collier. I just felt like he is able to really have such a great mix with the super, like, I'm so happy to be alive kind of things, like, you know, life is so joyous kind of things, but then like absolutely gut wrench you in the next song. But just a quick little song that he like he has this one song called The Sun Is in Your Eyes, that the only recording is the one that he did on his voice memo on his phone, and that's what he released. And
That's out in Nebraska. My
right.
God.
And it made me absolutely sob at his concert, because it's so just beautiful in the way he sings it and everything. And you know, Les is looking at me like, what is wrong with you? But it's just but I'm just like, it's so incredible. And then the next song I'm like, yeah, you know. So I feel like I'm cannot wait. I pray for the day that because I know he's a Joni fan. So I'm praying for the day that they might have like some sort of jam or collaboration or something.
He's been to the house, Jahida.
I know, but that's what I mean. Like something that we can hear too. So I'm like, please, please, please. You know, I'm really hoping him and Esperanza, like all these people. So just praying to the music gods that is something that is possible.
Okay, Jamie.
I just wanted to say that, like, going to this concert, not only meeting most of the JMDL, but me and Lucy and Garrett were in the queue for the merch, and I didn't think I was going to get any merch, but because, you know, being poor, I just thought, oh, let's get some merch. We were stood in front of a young Canadian chap. I think he must have been like 23 or 24. And we were talking to him, and he said, we were talking to him about the JMDL, and I said, please join the JMDL and all that kind of stuff. And he said, I'm so glad I've come, because I've waited most of my life to meet people who are fans of Joni Mitchell, and as much as you. And we all burst into tears, because that was just like, how can you not have met anybody? You're Canadian, but how can you not have met anybody that is a fan of Joni Mitchell? But then again, he's in his mid-20s, and people miss her for other artists, you know, because she doesn't release every 5 minutes, and she hasn't shown her tits for decades. I
was just gonna say, she has.
She's shown her ass. So it was one of those moments where it was just like, this is what going to a concert's all about, and this is what this concert was about: meeting people who have never seen her, have never had the chance to see her, you know. And you know, it was my first time seeing her, and I was so glad that I'd got, despite not seeing her. Kind of, but it kind of ticked. It didn't tick a box. It filled a dream, you know, and that's what this was about. So yeah.
Okay, Laura.
Yeah, this was my first Joni Mitchell concert, so now I can't say I haven't seen Joni Mitchell in concert. And then along the lines of meeting people, we had this little sign, a little JMDL sign, you know, the yellow and the blue. And so we were holding it up and just walking around, and we walked through the parking lot, and somebody shouted out, "I'm on the JMDL." and we'd never met him before, so it was like, wow, I'm meeting some people. And it was an incredible, absolutely incredible crowd. Nobody was pushing, nobody was shoving, everybody was real, conscientious of everybody else. And then I wanted to show this. I don't know if you can see it very good, but it's kind of the stars, and the sun there.
Oh, that's pretty.
And then if you turn it over, here's the duality. And I had gotten that right before.
Does it say something?
Yes. Does it say something? It says upon awakening.
Oh,
It's interesting, Laura. You're saying no one was pushing or shoving, and no one was shooting like they were a week later in the same venue.
Exactly.
All right. Well, the next couple songs, we are going to be discussing the Newport album in a couple podcasts. And I think the version of Both Sides Now was great, but I really feel like the moment of that song is the Newport version. So I think we can touch on it a little bit. But to me, when she came back out at Newport and sang that song, that's, a really important career moment. So can we all agree that that's something like we can talk about it a little bit, but I think we should kind of save a really long discussion for that. And I also feel that way about Just Like This Train. Like when she came out and played the guitar in Newport on that song, I think that's the place to like really dig into those songs. As Bob says, the franchise. I did the Fleetwood Mac dance podcast a couple weeks ago, and when Landslide came, I'm like, this would be the franchise of Fleetwood Mac, like my friend Bob says about Both Sides Now for Joni.
No, Dreams.
Dreams. Of course, I would say that all of us were devastated by Both Sides Now, hearing it live. And
speaking of Fleetwood Mac, though, Jeremy, I just got a notification that you dropped a 101 or episode 93 on the Fleetwood Mac. What else have you dropped today? God, you're dropping shit everywhere.
I did a 4-hour or like a 3-hour podcast last night, so
the new record, the new album, the Phonogenics. I mean, God.
The one thing I haven't dropped are my pants, but the night's not over, baby.
It has been. That was one of the rules. We all have to have.
It's been a busy week, that's for sure.
If we thought about it, we should have sent it. You're right.
All right. Well, let me just say for Circle Game, it was a great moment because I was with Sue and Garrett, right? And we just put our arms on each other, and I sang that shit at the top of my lungs right along with the concert. So it was wonderful. Jahida.
Well, I just wanted to say with Both Sides Now, I think I held my breath the whole time. It was one of those things where I was like, I was aware, I was like, I am sitting here watching Joni Mitchell, listening to Joni Mitchell sing Both Sides Now.
Right. Yeah.
Like this was a life event. You know what I mean? It was one of those things where I was just like, 13-year-old me right now would be like shaking myself and being like, and I wasn't that kind of kid, honestly, at that point, because I was 13, I was trying to be like too cool. I would have geeked out for that. Okay. So to be 30 years later able to say, like Laura was saying, I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm able to have this, because with her aneurysm, we didn't think that would ever happen. Like it was just like I said, a life event, a seminal moment that, when you think about like the movies of your life and how they have those like moments in movies where the person's about to die and it's like the life is flashing before their eyes, and it's like, that's going to be in there. Like that's making a highlight reel, it's just sure. one of those moments. So I thought I just wanted to say that, like, I felt everyone's energy around me
Yeah.
in that moment as well, kind of having that same sort of weight, just everyone just kind of being like collectively like, and just holding their breath.
Yeah.
And then she finished and everyone was just like, oh my God, like we just lived through that and we shared that. And that's the thing that I feel like, people don't realize with concerts, and as a choir director, I think this is one of those things where I really tune in, because when we sing together, we breathe at the same times. They've actually like done, scientific tests where choirs have had monitors hooked up to their hearts, and then they discover that because we become human metronomes basically. And I think it's also the non-scientific part where it's that emotion, that ability to kind of really let yourself go into the song. And I think no one was singing. Nobody was singing around me. I wasn't singing.
No.
We all were listening and really being in the moment, I think. That's my experience, at least. Everyone just kind of was really grateful. And the energy was one of light and happiness.
That was my first time seeing Joni, and I really, if I had to put a percentage on it, I would have said there was a 0% chance that I'd ever go to a Joni Mitchell concert. Like, not even like a 1% or 10%. I really thought there was a 0% chance that Joni Mitchell will ever do a concert again. I can't believe it happened. Like, I can't believe
I'd given up. I'd given up because I live in England. I thought, the last time she actually played was, at the Luminato, which is Toronto, and before that was the Both Sides Now concerts.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, we have Chris and then Jack.
Wow. I first of all, I want to definitely acknowledge that the experience for people who have never seen Joni Mitchell perform before must have been completely overwhelming. I mean, all the entire experience, everything we've described to this point to even get us there, the fact that you're in the room and you're sitting down and you're hearing her and you're seeing her for the first time, if even just to be present for it happening, whether or not you actually had, reflected light coming, into your eyeball from her, she was there for you. Now, with regard to Both Sides Now, I kind of felt like this particular night, she's finally comfortable with the fact that she's confident in the song. She knows it's a standard. It's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. Now, she's always inventive and can bring some new understanding into specific readings of lines, because they're very important to her, and she considers them very carefully. We all know that. We've listened through it. We've analyzed it. I think that this is not the sea change that happened in 2000, or even the one that we feel happened at Newport, which is going to be absolutely confirmed when we hear the new album. I come from a little bit more of a jaded area, only because I had very unique experiences and conflagration of events that allowed me to see her perform Both Sides Now with the full orchestra 5 times. And because of that, I am almost unable to objectively think about what went into any particular performance that will come, I think, for a while yet for me. But I really think that the benefits that we've seen from this are really personally from her. This is what we have. What we're getting now are intricately considered small triptych pieces. That's how she's approaching this song, I think, now, as opposed to the large canvas that she gave us in 2000. That was a wholesale rethink of the song that just, lack of a better term, and she'd use it herself, probably painted it so beautifully. This is different now. We're seeing, I think, a more intimate distillation of her art here for the song. It's not going anywhere. She knows it, and let her be comfortable with it. And I will listen to every nuance she delivers it going forward.
All right, guys, I got about a half hour in me because I do have to upload this tonight because I have a DJ gig on Saturday and I work a double tomorrow. So I do want to get this up. Well, it's
And you
relevant.
drop shit everywhere.
I know. So I'm going to take Jack and Laura, and then we're going to move on to If. Okay.
Yeah,
go ahead,
I
Jack.
just want to feed off of Jahida's phrase of a life event. To me, that's kind of what this was. I go to a lot of concerts, and friends ask me, what's the best concert you've ever been to? And I can't really put a finger on it, but there's a few that I would consider life events. I think Joni Red Rocks for Shadows and Light, Ninth Row, was one of those life events. Elton John at Radio City Music Hall with a full orchestra and choir, that was a life event. And I think that's what this was. To me, this was more than just a bunch of people going to a concert. This was a life event. And so anyway, I just wanted to feed off of that.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, Laura.
I'll keep it short and kind of bounce off of what Chris said. For me, this was very personal. This concert was very personal. And I felt this space like around me. And it was the whole environment, it was the beauty of being out in the middle of nowhere. It was the cool breeze. It was the deep, dark night that it was, and then it was Joni. And it was, even though I couldn't see a lot of it because of the, I don't know, there was a big like pole that held the lights up. Just having the setup of the couch, and the chairs, and that made it personal for me too. I really did feel like I was stepping into Joni's house in a sense and becoming part of this. And for her to share that with us, I think that is just so powerful and definitely life-changing. Yeah.
All right. So then after both sides now, Joni did the circle game, which was awesome. We'll go more in depth because it was pretty similar to the Newport performance. So we'll really dig into that one later. Then we all howled like wolves. Like the wolf that lives in Lindsay became like a pivotal part of the concert. So we all howled. My voice was fucking gone. I was like, I really feel like that's something that could like if Joni plays again, I really feel like we have more howling in our future.
I wanted to deliver the perfect wolf, and I couldn't summon him.
I know.
Why?
Where's my wolf? Joni came back out with the guitar. We had heard rumors from even inside sources that Joni, she's not gonna play the guitar. So when she came out with the guitar, I'm like, oh shit. So she came out and did Just Like This Train.
I would add that all of our sources were shit that night. Did anything actually come true from what we were told?
No Janet Jackson.
Her playing guitar.
Well, we were told she wasn't going to.
Yeah, I heard that she was not going to play the guitar.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, talk about fake news, right?
Well, I before we jump into the encore, I was not expecting an encore at all because I was like, how are they going to make her walk all the way backstage just to come back? I completely was under the impression that it was over after the circle game.
And then Brandy came out.
One of my new. Well, I was like, well, I should get this moment. So I finally pulled out my phone and was like getting footage. And then I was just watching a little while ago because one of my new Saskatoon friends next to me was like, she's coming back. I'm like, what? Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised.
So they had some inside information that was actually accurate?
No, it's not that, but It's not that she had inside information.
okay.
She just saw her physically coming back
okay.
to the stage. And
It
I
was
was like, yeah.
Because it took a couple people to get Joni down and up, didn't it? I was a little nervous. I'm like, oh, be careful.
it just seemed like a lot of effort.
Yeah.
To leave just to come back. But she's a trooper.
I'd gone to the bathroom. I'd gone to the porta potty things because I was like, okay, time to go. And then when the encores happened, I didn't see Kevin in his seat, and I went, he's down the front. So I went down the front. So I was like front. I was right in front of all that kind of action. So I finally had 3 songs.
You earned it.
Yeah, 3 songs of like pure Joni Mitchell and her playing guitar and all that kind of stuff, and it was beautiful. And the life event. People keep telling me that this is the trip of a journey of dreams, and it's been like I've just watched my hero.
Yeah.
Come back from
death.
Come back from a brain event, a serious brain trauma, which when I was age 12, I had a brain hemorrhage, and it was kind of like, it was. I have an idea of what she'd gone through, but I was 12. I wasn't 70.
Right.
There's a huge difference of journey and knowledge, and and also the fact that she was left alone for not found for 3 days. That whole thing wasn't. Knowing that was a nightmare. When Jean Grandmaitre wrote on his Facebook wall that he went to visit her in hospital, and she had, like a pixie cut like Annie Lennox because they had to do brain operation. Which I went, yeah, that's that in my nightmare. When I first heard it was a brain trauma, I just kind of thought, she'd have to have gone bald like I did, and that was, in a way, that was like frightening for me because I didn't want her to go through that. Do you know what I mean? So seeing her come back, it wasn't a return. She came back, and it was just, yeah. It was inspiring. I kind of have, I looked at the last 5 years of my life and went, what the fuck have you done?
But you were there also with us.
Yeah.
You were there like that. I think is one of the things that I think was wonderful was we got to share it together.
Yeah,
exactly.
And we were so together, like there was mentally, spiritually, physically.
There was people I could hug. Do you know what I mean? Like going through these moments, there was people I could hold the hands of and hug, and it was like, yeah.
Just looking at somebody with a face like, and having them know exactly that you're like, oh my god, they were like overwhelmed, happy, and just like, what did that just happen? Kind of thing, and know exactly how that person feels, and I gotta say, I didn't even think about the fact that they had to like shave her head, and her hair grows damn fast.
Yeah, right.
Who's our buddy that came with his mom? He put up a really beautiful post about sharing
Kevin
both
Hall.
sides. Yeah, Kevin. Sharing both sides now with his mom in concert. I thought
God,
that's a nice post.
I even thinking about that post.
Yeah.
A
life-changing night.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, so we howled like wolves.
She was gorgeous too in her Miss Miyake. Oh my God, what an absolute beautiful moment to see this woman of a certain age in that Miyake with her son who adores her.
Yeah,
this cross-generational moment. It was spectacular.
It was just
I love
gorgeous.
this.
And I'm playing Beat the Clock to finish her baby shawl.
Oh,
It's gonna be funny. Kevin emailed me the other day and said she talks about it every day.
oh. All right, so Joni came out and did Just Like This Train. It was Joni. I was like, I think we all shared like, holy shit, we're sitting here watching Joni Mitchell play guitar. She didn't sing the lyrics. It's a very similar version to Newport, so we can dig into it there and then, touch on comparing the two versions. But then Joni kept the guitar in her hand and was going into another song. And our friend Sue Tierney is going to do a version for us tonight. Do you want to do a sound check? Okay.
If you can, you're going to record it now?
Oh. All right, so we're about to have a robust discussion about this song, I'm sure. But our friend Sue Tierney is going to perform the next song that Joni did in her concert, and it was a life-changing moment for many of us, I'm sure. Sue, take it away.
She said it's her favorite song. If you can keep your head while all about you, people are losing theirs and blaming you. If you can trust yourself while everybody doubts you, and make allowances for their doubting too. If you can wait and not get tired of waiting, and when lied about, stand tall, don't deal in lies. And when hated, don't give in to hating back. Don't need to look so good, don't need to talk so wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make intellect your game, if you can meet with triumph and disaster, and treat those two imposters just the same. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve you after all of them are gone, so hold on when there is nothing in you, nothing but the will that's telling you, hold on, hold on. If you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted and misconstrued by some smug fool, or watch your life's work torn apart and broken down, and still stoop to build again with worn out tools. If you can draw a crowd and keep your virtue, or walk with kings and keep the common touch, if neither enemies nor loving friends can hurt you, if everybody counts with you but none too much, if you can feel the journey
You'll be alright. You'll be alright. 'Cause you got the fight, you got the inside. You got the fight, you got the inside. You got the fight, you got the inside.
Stu, that was absolutely fantastic. That is a fucking wonderful, wonderful performance. That was
Thank
great.
you.
That did it so well. Oh, fantastic.
So there's
I
moments
think
here.
it was your best.
Yeah,
Aw,
that was
thank
so good.
you.
There's moments in your life where it's so pivotal that you kind of remember every second. So I just remember them like Joni still had the guitar in her hand. Then they're walking towards her with a microphone. Then they're adjusting the microphone near her mouth. And Jahida can vouch for this. We were in the fucking airport, and I'm like, you know what would be the coolest way to kind of end the concert? With If, because it's her last recorded song. And there we fucking were. The microphone's going near her mouth, and then Sue, I was standing next to Sue. I feel like Sue nearly passed out. She's like, oh my God. Like
That was like the fourth time I almost passed out.
I know. So here's Joni Mitchell on stage with us in 2023 with a guitar in her hand and a microphone going near her mouth. And then the song started. And holy fuck. Talk about like we already had like how many, like 7 or 8 like life-changing pivotal moments. And then here we are. Joni fucking playing guitar and singing.
Yeah.
Chris, take it away.
Well, this is before we got to the show, I remember we were talking about it's all the speculation. What is she going to play? What is she going to do? What is it going to be like? And I said at some point, I said, you know what? I think it's going to be a little heavy on Shine songs, only because Brandy had said Joni Mitchell still has things to say. Shine didn't get a lot of airplay. It didn't get a lot of attention. She got sick, after it and stuff like that. It kind of didn't really resonate and reach as many people as it might have. And it's gotten more and more and more and more relevance. Now, she did something here for us at the Gorge that she did when she produced that album. She put that song last, not the title track of the record. No, she put If last because she realized she had so many important messages on that, but she wanted to leave us with hope, and that to impart that to everybody before they were to leave that night was the most positive way she could have ended what she knew was an important event for herself and for everybody there. I mean, she created it. She did. And I just want to say, in return, thank you, Joni Mitchell, for having created that experience, because this made it come full circle at my heart anyway. It really, really resonated with me.
If there was ever a cherry on top, this was it for me. Like everything was perfect, but then holy shit, she's singing. Holy shit, she's playing guitar and singing. Oh my God. Jahida. And then Laura.
Well, I just wanted, because Les had to leave because his phone was overheating, but he was like, right next to me. So I kind of wanted to give you a little perspective of what he was thinking. Is he and I looked at each other and we were just like, because we never thought that she would be able to play and sing at the same time, at least that quickly, right? Like, and then of course my thing is like, of course fucking Joni of all people is like, oh, I'm not gonna just sing and play at the same time any old song. Like, I'm not gonna do an easy fucking song from my catalog. Like, I'll give you some complex shit, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna, like, that's Sue, can you speak? I mean, it's not an easy song, and the cadence, the phrasing is difficult,
Mhm.
you know, and and she owned it.
Well,
Like,
it's not only the way she was singing it. She was playing a shuffle strum, one of her most complicated strums, and she did it great.
Yeah, I'd say she nailed
If you
it.
told me that I was going to go to this concert and she was going to do a song with a shuffle strum, I would have said you were full of shit.
Yeah.
It would never happen. And there
that's-
she is.
yeah.
You know, it was incredible.
That's why, like, Joni is just so, she's unpredictable. Just when you think, I know her, no, she's like, no, you don't. I'm about to, you know, just blow your mind again for, like, I don't know, the 40th time. But Les and I were just like, to him, I think that was his highlight of the night. Because he, as most, I'm sure, probably just never thought that she would have done that, at least not that soon. You know, it's like we just got her singing for the first time in front of others in Newport, and that wasn't even supposed to happen, right? Like, and then so it's like everything that she's doing, it's like exponential. You know, she went from, oh, holy shit, Joni just sang. And then it was, you know, at Gershwin, it was like, oh snap, Joni's singing like full on lead, standing up, doing this. And then during the show, she's like, I want to do another. So then they do another. And then now with this, we're like, well, okay, so she's just going to sit there and she's going to sing. No, like she is singing, she's playing, she's singing and playing. And it was just one of those moments that like you couldn't have predicted. So I thought it was incredible. That is my favorite song on Shine by far. I think it's the music and really, Sue, you played that so beautifully. The chords are so haunting, you know. It's just got this moody part to it, and I mean, I love that she like finds her inspiration in so many places, you know, Rudyard Kipling. So yeah, I think she really knocked it out of the park with this one.
And something I think we should interject for those that weren't at the concert is when Brandy was introducing A Case of You, she was like going on and on like, oh, Joni, this is your best song. And Joni said, no, my favorite song's If, actually. So, you know, we didn't know she was going to sing it and play it. But Joni said earlier, and the lyrics of the song are such a good, you know, mantra or whatever word to live by. Like these are really, this is a really valuable song. And, you know, I feel like Joni kind of taming the tiger dust because she had like a really heavy song. Then she ended like with a standard like she did on Taming the Tiger. But to me, like, this was like the end of the concert, and then the last song's kind of like where the credits roll. But just so I still don't think I've processed this concert because like I went on another vacation afterwards, and like there's so much to process here. Like we just basically talked about it for 7 hours, I guess, between the two podcasts, and like we could have probably done 3 extra hours if we wanted to. But we have Laura, and then Jamie, and then Jack.
Well, this song was so natural for Joni Mitchell. It just flowed out of her. And I was right by you, Jamie. I think I might have actually been right in front of you. And I was right against the bar. So I felt like I was at her feet, you know, when she was playing this song. And yeah, the message in the song, I needed to hear the message. I mean, I think I mentioned earlier in the podcast that it's the past year or two have been really downers for me, you know, and I've been having a hard time getting myself up, you know, and happy and hopeful. And this is just what I needed to hear. And, you know, at the foot of the maestro. And yeah, it was definitely the high point of the concert for me. And to think that Joni wrote this song, you know, not like in her quote prime, but has she ever been at her prime, because she seems to get better and better. But this song, you know, is just so reaching. You know, it reaches in, and it builds up. And what an awesome gift that was, you know, to everybody at the concert from her. So yes, thank you so much, Joni. We love you.
To walk out of there with like the words resonating in your head, like you've got the fight, you've got the insight. Like, yeah, I needed that. I fucking needed that. And I can't get that fucking out of my craw about the hits jukebox. Cause like she fucking ended with if. Like that, you know, fuck you. That's what I say to that person that wrote that. Okay. Jamie and then Jack.
I mean, you know, officially she ended with a circle game, I think, which is like, really. But then to end the gig with "if" was like, yeah, that was the big fuck you. I do agree, Jeremy. Watching her play was inspirational. Watching Sue play is inspirational. So thank you, Sue. That was just a joy to watch. God, and the whole arc of the story of the song. Didn't her friend Charles Valentino read her the poem over the phone and said, you have to do this, and she was like, and it was just the most natural thing. And then she didn't change the gender but ungendered it at the end, because the last line is, you'll be fine, you my son, or something like that. Or, you know,
you'll be a man, my son.
You'll be a man, my son, which is like, yeah, you know. Yeah, I think Joni makes it 21st century for us.
God, she pulls the cloying parts of the testosterone out of it. Thank God.
If only she could do that to the whole world, right?
Yeah. But yeah, that was one of the moments in the whole concert, from not being able to see her and having my own little panic attack and journey and all that kind of stuff, and then seeing her was the kick in my ass that I needed, about direction, and it sort of happened on the journey home, and on, you know, that whole kind of, the journeying back was a decompression from the gig, you know, and kind of a thinking about what it is that I'm doing, you know. So it was a big kind of like, wow, okay, yeah, I'm really glad I went.
Okay, Jack.
So I remember when Shine came out, how much I love this song, and especially that whole verse that ends with, you know, to build again with worn out tools. You know, Joni had gotten a lot of shit about how her voice wasn't the same from smoking all these years and blah, 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 blah. And so I thought it was very fitting that she had this song, and that she was saying, hey, you know, I'm not what I used to be, but I'm still putting out art. And then with the aneurysm and everything else, this verse just takes on even more meaning to me. You know, to build again with worn out tools, to not just worn out tools, but tools that have been shattered and had to be rebuilt. And it's just such a moving verse to me, in context of what Joni's been through, that I don't know, the song was perfect. And I was totally blown away when she played guitar and sang it. To me, it was like absolutely unexpected. And what a way to, well, she has one more song after this. She's got the Frank Sinatra thing, but what a way to top off an amazing night of music.
Okay, Sue.
So I have this Twitter account, and when I came home, I had to post about If. on this thing, right? So I posted it, and I always put a link to the tab at the archive. It's a Twitter feed for the archive. So we only have a handful of followers, and Brian is a follower. He always likes it and stuff. That's really nice. But I posted the If transcription that was done by Marion. So then I got it out, I printed it, and I wanted to learn it again, you know, because I hadn't played it in years. And I realized that the tuning was wrong, you know, and I was like, oh shit.
Oh.
I put it out, and I texted Marion, and I said, I think that where you have an E, it's an E flat. And so she went over it and she redid the whole and that's the first time we've done that in years, where we contacted each other and we said, hey, we gotta fix this up. This is If. I mean, you know, we want to publicize it, you know. And so she fixed it. She actually made a different tuning, even more than what I was playing, but I decided to stick with the just that one. But she was saying, oh, you have to do this harmonic up here. And I was like, yeah, don't confuse me. You know, it's hard enough as it is, you know? So, but now there's a brand new transcription up there, just so, you know, in case people want to, and it gets highlighted too. If we ever put in a new transcription, it gets highlighted on the page. And I think Les also puts it on the front page too.
You got the rhythm scheme perfect. It was wonderful. But yeah, those harmonics, adding those harmonics, I'm sure are a bear.
Yeah, especially with my guitar, it's like a rusty gate, but you know, I try. I went to Ithaca Guitar Works. I'm thinking about buying a new guitar. So
did you buy a new guitar case?
Yeah, I definitely.
Yeah, what do you have your eye on, or is it too early to tell?
Well, I want a Martin, but I'm looking at Taylor's too, but this Ithaca Guitar Works is a really great guitar store, and they got a lot of stuff there. So
I have a dream for you to get a Collings. That's just me.
Oh yeah, well, they don't have any Collings there, but I don't want to just buy something online. I want to play it and, you know, see if I like it. So
let's go to McCade's.
All right. Well, we have one song left. Joni Mitchell ended with a Frank Sinatra cover, "Young at Heart," and you know, I think it's pretty obvious that
I don't know if I would call it a Frank Sinatra cover. I mean, it's a standard.
It's a standard, right? You know, it's a timely message. Joni's up there, 79, singing a song called "Young at Heart." So I think all the lines to draw here are pretty obvious. I kind of put this in the group with "Why Do Fools Fall in Love" and "Love Potion Number 9." I'm glad Joni ended with a song that she really loved and wanted to sing. I thought it was a nice postscript to the concert. So I propose, as we wrap up, let's go around the circle and have each of us give a little summary of the whole experience. And then we'll call it a night. Chris, your hand is up. Do you want to start it off?
Just really fast. I'm just going to say one thing about it. When you're young at heart, this new generation's Joni Mitchell is Joni Mitchell. I didn't say that. I'm quoting that. It's true. She's as relevant today at 79 as she will be when she's 80 and beyond. She's incredibly relevant, and we are so gifted to have had this experience. And it was not without great work by a whole lot of folks to get it to happen. You know, Brandy Carlisle deserves a shout out, of course, but we all did. We all participated. Every single soul who was at this event participated in making it special and wonderful for everybody else who was there, including the people who performed it. And we all really, this was the most communal experience I think I've ever had. I never felt of one with so large a group of people ever, in such a deep way.
Right.
I've been at other arena shows where we've all been applauding the same wonderful, thing we thought was great, but this was way deeper and more important and more everlasting and eternal. And this is what perhaps she ponders when she's singing Hijira, but it's here. it's here. She has her immortality.
And another thing to add is after the
Right.
concert ended, a lot of people left were leaving the auditorium, but we all went to the front of the stage. So it's like, we got to share a little, like, holy, I'll never forget everyone's face. It's like, what the fuck did we just experience? Holy shit. And Les bought me a Diet Coke on the way out. I think that's the best Diet Coke I've ever had in my life. Oh, I was so parched from screaming and howling and blah, 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 blah. All right.
You met a fellow bear.
I met a fellow bear. Oh my gosh. I'm still in love. All right. Who would like to go next to get some parting thoughts about A Little Young at Heart and then the Some Nation? Jack?
So I don't really have anything to say about Young at Heart. But a couple parting thoughts. One of the disadvantages of sitting in the ninth row is that I wasn't with any of you people. The people sitting next to me I'd never met before, but it was still an amazing. It's like we were old friends. So even though I wasn't standing next to Sue or partying with Les or whatever at that moment, the people I was with was still really cool. And one of the moments that I really, really treasured from that night was after it was all over, and I knew we weren't getting the hell out of there, and they were playing Joni music through the PA system. And I don't remember what song it was. I think it was something off of Court and Spark. It was the second song they played after they turned the lights up. And me and this probably 20-year-old girl who was standing in the aisle next to me were just singing our asses off to each other. And it was just like such a cool, wonderful moment sharing this with just a total stranger, just the joy of being there and singing Joni Mitchell at the top of our lungs, even though the concert was over. Anyway, it was a really magical moment. And then after that, we all rushed the stage and got our jam deal photographs. It was great. Really, really wonderful. Anyway, that's all.
And even the drive home was magical, like Sue driving through the mountain night of darkness, me eating a gas station fucking bean burrito in a Snickers bar. Like, it's all just like in slow motion in my mind. So much magic consolidated. I can't even handle it. And that burrito was better than it looked. And
I just want to apologize for the drive back. I just want to apologize to Coltrane because I just feel like we were saying so many outrageous things, and he was what, 13 in the car, remember?
His father's a musician. I have a feeling he's exposed to quite a lot.
Yeah.
Brian, I thought you were with us on the drive home. You were.
No, I was.
Oh, was Coltrane with us?
Yeah.
No,
he wasn't.
No.
I think he was.
He was not with us.
Did we? Maybe it was just like we drove them to the car.
No, because
his car was back at, or was that Friday night?
That was Friday night.
Okay.
The night of our concert, Allison got lost with them, and then we all separate. Remember?
Oh, right.
Which is a whole nother thing.
Right.
So,
well, either way, an apology is in order, whether it was Friday or Saturday.
I ain't apologizing for shit because I wasn't there.
All right. Who would like to go next?
I will. Okay.
Haida.
So let me unmute without having to hold my space bar. So a couple things, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Les too, because I asked him, I was like, is there anything that you want me to contribute for you? And one of the things that he said was, and I'll read it verbatim. So he said, just that if Joni continues to perform, which I hope she will, we all do, she needs to dispense with the Joni Jam format. It's run its course, he believes. And I said, I disagree. I love the Joni Jam format. I mean, I think if it evolves more towards it being something where it is a little, well, obviously taking care of sightlines and being aware of sightlines, but a little more of Joni and a little less others, so that so I think it can ease her into becoming a lead performer again. But just to kind of be, I think that is something actually that she needs, like we were talking about how she really is able to improve because she has the energy and the love from others and the support. Whereas, as somebody who did end up, waiting, like not being found for 3 days, I'm sure that that's something where she's like, I don't want that to ever happen again. Therefore, she is going to surround herself with people, But as I was like, to call back what I was saying before, I wish I hope it evolves, I should say, into something where it is a little more diverse, a little more of a little experimental, a little less hits, and something where it's like, shit, somebody's coming up and doing the Dancing Clown cover that we all will all of a sudden become huge fans of Dancing Clown.
See, if Prince was alive, he'd be like, I'm taking Tom Petty's part on Dancing Clown.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Imagine like Kylie Minogue does Dancing Clown.
Fuck yeah.
But you know what I mean? Like something that she really is just appreciative of, but that just kind of gets, more confidence under her belt. And yeah, so I mean, I think the whole meeting of the JMDL afterwards, I feel really, really bad that there were some people, like, I didn't even know that shit was happening until it was happening.
Right.
It was just kind of like, oh, okay, let's do this, like, let's go. So I feel for the people who weren't there, I kind of wish we could, but at the same time, like, what a treat, what an absolute treat to have that. And I definitely think that should be our Christmas card or our birthday card to Joni this year. It's something where it's like these, and with like the whole, we should send her a shirt, like a Paz shirt, just so that she sees, like, she got people from London, she got people from Argentina, she got people from Australia, everywhere came, for her. And then the whole thing, I mean, if there was a way, like, I don't think she would, but like, if there was a way, maybe Jasmine, the girl who did the heart, like, if she could do another one and we could all like sign it or something, you know what I mean?
I love that.
Where she could see, like, she's got a Bramley, but even better, like, I mean, no Bramley slander, but like the fact that we are literally like, we've been there for a long time, through thick, through thin. And this was a life event for so many of us that I just guess for me, it's like, God, I wish that we could do something that she would literally feel the fumes of love coming, from it. So yeah, I mean, this was an experience of a lifetime, and I'm immensely like grateful that I got to share it with you guys. All of it, like the whole weekend, the fun rides, the Joni jams at the various places, just those moments, the hugs we shared, everything, hugs that sustain me, that give me life. And listening to people just pour out their soul. I've been through a couple of Joni Fests, but there's just nothing like it. Every single time it happens, it just gets more and more of a deep part of what keeps me going.
Patina, baby. Patina.
I know this is probably a bad idea to throw a curveball this late in the podcast, but just reacting to what you said, Jahida, I feel like Joni has reached a younger kind of TikTok-y generation that's accepting of her. But I don't think they would get into her more stripped down like Taming the Tiger era performances. I think kind of the slickness of the Joni Jam makes her a little more digestible to this younger crowd that has found her. I think us diehards would love the fuck out of it, but I just don't know.
I gotta say though, I think the fact that they did play a lot of her like not very like big hits,
Right.
and this generation has been through a lot.
Yeah.
You know, they are mature for the most part in certain things before their time. I think that they would be able to get deep into those cuts, like Three Great Stimulants, you know,
Right.
things from that era, Cherokee Louise, things like that that may have not reached the youth back then. I think they would be able to find the love for it. And I think she doesn't have like short real fun, you know, hits or whatever,
Right.
but TikTok could certainly be like a bridge, you know what I mean? And I think it's happening.
But even like the deeper cuts, like Your Night Ride Home and Coming from the Cold, were pretty slick, like 12 musician arrangements that were pretty digestible, I felt. And I just
You just love that album.
I love that album. Are you guys sick of hearing about Night Ride Home? All right, Laura, your hand is up.
Yeah, you know, we just never know. I mean, you know, think of Olivia. She got turned on to Joni when she was 11. So I think it's great that Joni's out there in front, that people can see her, you know, and thank you to Brandy Carlisle for doing that. But you know, it was kind of Joni's idea in the first place, at least to have the jam, you know, with the younger people. So I think Joni knows what she's doing there. And the evolution, you know, just from Newport to this concert at the Gorge, the evolution has happened, you know, and I hope that it continues to happen. And I thought it was pretty cool that Marlon and Daisy were there at the concert. And my friend Lauren's husband, Ken, got introduced to them and he was kind of blown away, but he didn't want to let on, you know, so he was just like, oh, okay, nice to meet you, and then walk off. But there was an absence there, you know. Kaloran, Kelly Green, you know, not there. I'm her friend on Facebook and I'll always be her friend. And I hope that whatever's going on there somehow gets resolved and that they can get back together for whatever capacity, you know, that can be. But yeah, it was a life-changing concert for me, and I'm just so full of gratitude, and I am still processing it. You're right there, Jeremy. It's going to be a long time, you know, before I can really process the whole thing. I mean, when it was happening, I was just like in shock almost, you know, that this was happening. And it was so nice to have my son Peter with me. He's 25. He lives in San Francisco. He's a gay man. And, you know, just that he grew up with Joni too. It's kind of funny because my friend Betty was there and she was saying something about the song lineup. And he goes, oh no, she already sang Sex Killed. Da, 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 you know? So he's familiar with all this. And I'm like, wow. But, yeah, it was,
He is her son.
right. But I you know, didn't really think it would stick, but it did. And so to me, you know, it was a Joni Fest, a family reunion, and then a Joni concert. It was just out of the ballpark for, you know, blowing me away and enriching my life. So just filled with gratitude.
I think another, you know, difficulty for the processing for me is like the world's kind of like bleh, and you get like, you know, part of that blondness is you get like a really exciting moment, but there were so many levels of excitement and so many levels of emotion that I feel like there was like a bomb of big moments happen. So my mind's gonna take a long time to filter through them and kind of separate them, because, you know, even in the concert there was like 8 life-changing moments. Like usually a concert's a concert, but this there were so many huge moments even within the concert, and then outside the concert, the community and the people and the dinners and the laughs and the fucking Sam Smith and Madonna song. That means I listen to Sue's fucking Rice Krispies. Like there's just so many. And speaking of night rides home, we went back to the Paz Palace and got to hang out with Pam and Tim, right? Who had got to hang out with Joni at the concert. So we got a little we're up to the crack of dawn.
I missed that because I was out.
You were out. I was doing shots. Shot. All right. Who would like to go next? Sue.
Yeah, I mean, it's where do you start, right? So I think that one of the things that I thought was incredible about that whole weekend was that everything went off without a hitch. I mean, except for some things, and I'm happy that Jack mentioned them in the last part of just all the trouble with the ADA stuff. But other than that, Paz called me like about 2 months before we even left, and was instructing me on how to, because he's a manager, So he says, okay, do this and 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 this will happen. So I went, all right. So I reserved the parks and everything, and holy shit, it worked out great. Everything worked out great. Richard Flynn borrowed my guitar and broke a string. No problem, man. I got strings. No problem, Your
brother canceled? No problem.
My brother canceled, with Jeremy. And, don't tell my brother, but I'm so glad he canceled because hanging with you was so much better.
We had so much fun.
Jimmy's great. I love him. He's my best friend. But, it's like, but yeah. And then the concert itself, I even enjoyed Brandy night was fun too, Part of me wanted to be back with you guys goofing around at the house, but I enjoyed Brandy. And
we're having fun.
I know, I could tell that picture you sent me. Oh my
God.
I was so jealous. But anyway, it was just one of these things where there was so much joy and excitement and so many people that I love in the same place, and then the concert was just like beyond expectations. There was so much going on there. I mean, I was like a wet noodle after that. I was like, what the hell? Although I did drive home, but people are talking about how they hadn't seen Joni before. I had to sit and think about it. I saw her in 76, the Nassau Coliseum. I saw her 79 for Shadows and Light in, I think, either Madison Square Garden or Nassau Coliseum. I saw her in Westbury, 83 with the Wild Things Run Fast tour. I saw her at the Back to the Garden. That was amazing. I saw her at Luminato that Jamie talked about before. And then this concert, holy shit. So fantastic. I mean, thank God this is going to be the one that I remember the best. I can't even remember the 76 one. I know she started with Help Me, that's it. But, because we were in the nosebleeds, but this is like, I mean, it's really hard to find words about how, like, there were so many stellar moments during that weekend. And, one of the things that was actually good is that when I got home, I got really sick. And I just like laid in bed and thought about all the wonderful things that I had just been through, And, I didn't really care that I was sick. I was like, I just went through this incredible experience. And I'll never forget it as long as I live, hopefully. But, yeah, so that's all I got there.
All right, Jamie.
The end of the concert was, the whole JMDL big thing. I was lucky I was down the front anyway and all that kind of stuff. And because some people didn't hear about it. Yeah, exactly. It was, but no, the whole journeying as well, to get there, to get back, to meet everybody, to party with everybody, to just drink. And I was like, I feel like, maybe I should smoke something or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Just to kind of like really feel at one with everybody else or whatever. I quit smoking anyway, so that's not that everybody was smoking, hardly anybody was smoking, which is a good thing. But it was inspirational, and that's beautiful. And as Joni Mitchell evolves, I expect, who knows, there may be new music, there may be, maybe not a whole album, but there may be something, there may be, just a release, just to kind of like put it out there. I don't know if she has a recording contract, I don't know any of that official stuff, but I sort of don't care,
And there may be more.
and yeah, exactly. um she can release it on Apple Music, or whatever. She can release it on, Bandcamp, um, and make $1 million probably just by, selling it off there. Yeah, there are so many memories of meeting people, seeing like, oh my God, this person's a legend of the JMDL's kind of musician. Do you know what I mean? Like, somebody, people in this podcast, people that tour, people that, do stuff, write, sing, act, do their thing. It was a privilege to witness, the Thursday, Friday, that thing at Wenatchee, the picnic at Wenatchee was just so like, this is what it means. This is what being in the JMDL means. This is what being a Joni fan means. It's about sharing. It's about rejoicing in life, and that's what I've come away with. This is Joni rejoicing in life. Before 2015, we got snippets of her being kind of snipey and all that kind of stuff, and who gives? She's always wanted to be ordinary, um, and that
Being part of the ensemble, you're absolutely
yeah,
right. And
yeah,
this is where she stepped into a little bit of that for herself.
yeah,
It was comfortable for her.
yeah.
That's a really great point, Jamie.
And I was part of the Joni Mitchell JMDL ensemble for a long weekend, and then staying at Chris's for the week after, and all of that kind of stuff, which was beautiful.
Until he got COVID.
Well, I mean, I was still there. I was kind of like, I'm going to stay in the room. Bless you, go. I'm so glad you weren't that ill. Because I thought I had it, and I was like, I don't think, and I was flying that Sunday. But yeah.
Thank God you tested negative. You can get home.
Exactly.
And I'm still glad nothing happened. I'm hoping still when you got.
Yeah, but my friend got it as well. The one who came to visit on Friday, which was just like, she said hello to you for like 2 minutes, and I don't think it was you. Do you know what I mean? It was just like
She was in the house, though. She was in the house.
Yeah, but I was in the house, kind of petting everything.
Yeah, but you might be immune. You had better antibodies, friend.
I was licking door handles like the rest of us. Do you know what I mean?
Thank you for your company all through the trip. Thank you.
It was
Jeremy's clock is running very low.
I'm just gonna share screen. I'm just gonna share screen if I can, because if I can, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's gonna work. I might just stop it. I might just because I'm not sure if you can see that. Can you see that? That's daylight.
Oh, that's you right now? My
That's
goodness.
me right now.
It's my mom's birthday today, so I gotta take her out for lunch. And I just
Okay.
he said he would be quick.
Yes, all I wanted to say was one of the shout outs I wanted to give for that Thursday Joni Jam, or was it Friday? Was Lauren Fagiano. Oh my Lanta. What a talent. She was incredible. She like I had no idea, you know, I'd seen her name, but like I had no idea she performed or anything. And she like got on that, you know, piano, and I was just like, bang! Yeah, she's incredible. So yay to you, Lauren.
I just have a little announcement that's related to that. She's invited me to be at 2 of her Joni tributes in November, and I'm going to be part of the rehearsals because the big band is going to be playing behind me. So there's a lot of pressure here. So it's going to be really
Rochester,
yeah. So she texted me today to get my name right because she's putting me on the ads. Oh my God.
All right.
Yeah, they're great. They're really good.
She and Ken went up to British Columbia with me and Peter afterwards, and we were all going to eat at Ruby Lake Resort, you know, the Italian restaurant, but they were closed on Monday, unfortunately, and they were leaving on Tuesday. But Peter and I did get to eat there a few days before Joni showed up.
Okay, Brian, you didn't do your recap yet, did you?
I don't want to drag this out any more than it was amazing. Like, you know, what can you say? There are no words. There really aren't. It was incredible. It was incredible.
All right. Did everybody get to go? I'm so tired I can't even remember. But it was worth it to talk about this shit because it's like probably the best night of all of our lives. So well, we did it. This might be the longest Phonogenics that ever happened. I know we had some that were like 4+. We started at 7:30. It's midnight now. Well, we got on at 7, but I think we started recording at 7:30. So
I think we need to end with a howl. Everyone.
Oh yeah. Before we do the howl, let me thank all my Patreon subscribers because my $150 Zoom renewal bill just came in on the phone. So thank you for paying the bills, paying my Zoom bills. Everybody, please go to YouTube and watch my new video, Road to Bartow, about a town an hour from where I'm sitting. The full album is coming out August 12th. And we're going to come back and discuss the Archives 2 in August. So we'll set the date. Brian, I hope you stay with us. I know you're not a podcaster, but I like you being here. I hope everybody's here. And we'll bring back our Bobs and our Marks and our Dave and Robbins, and I'm sure I'm forgetting people.
Jamie's falling asleep. Snap out of it.
I know. I still have 3 hours ahead of me of processing and posting this.
My God. Oh, the sun is up.
Oh my gosh. Thanks for sticking in there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm like cutting it off a little bit, but
that's okay.
Anyway, I love you all. Let's end with a little howl. I will see you all in August. Oh, I didn't even do my fucking recap. Let me just say, here's my recap. I am so thankful I met you all because this fucking podcast, we all got to hang out and have the best moments of our life together. I love you all. You guys are the coolest fucking people I know. Don't tell anyone else.
I think they're gonna find out somehow.
Yeah. Don't watch our podcast to the 4 hour and 30 minute because there's a bombshell in there. All right. I love you all. I'll see you next month.
Bye.
Bye.